Welcome to this course. Here's our course outline. In the first part of this course, we're going to be talking about how to choose a niche. Right? Choosing a niche here entails doing your proper keyword research, and in fact, under this section of the course, you'll be learning all you need to know about Amazon SEO so that by the time you publish your books, your book will sell. One of the mistakes I see a lot of newbies make, or people who are also not newbies make, is that they go ahead to create a book without actually doing proper keyword research. It's important you don't skip this step. The first step is to carry out proper keyword research before actually creating a book if you want your books to sell. In the second part of the course, we're going to be talking about how to actually go ahead to create your book. We're going to talk about how to use Chatgpt to write your books. I'm going to talk about how to use other AI tools to paraphrase your books. Then I'm going to be showing you how you can edit your book so that it doesn't look like something that was AI generated. Okay. In the third section of this course, we're going to be talking about how to optimize your book titles for more sales, right? You can do everything right, create a great book, choose good keywords, and etc. But if you don't optimize your book titles so that the Amazon algorithm will actually place it on the first page of Amazon, that's what we call ranking, your book might not actually sell. So book titles are very important, and in this section of the course, I'm going to be teaching you how to optimize your book titles for more sales. In the fourth section of this course, I'm going to be showing you how to create book covers that will sell your books crazily using Canva, right? You don't need any other advanced skills to be able to create these book covers. All you need is just to know how to navigate Canva, and you're good to go. In the fifth section of this course, I'll be showing you how to upload your books on Amazon, right? There are several wrong ways to go about uploading your books on Amazon. I'm going to be showing you how to do it the right way. In the sixth section of this course, I'll be showing you how to optimize an already written book. So if you have already written your book and you want to upload it, watch this part of the course before actually uploading it if you don't want to make some deadly mistakes. Then the seventh section of this course, will be looking at 7 deadly mistakes to avoid on Amazon KDP, right? Then finally we'll talk about the conclusion, and then you can go ahead to make great amount of money on the platform. Now in this section of the course, I'm going to be showing you how to carry out proper research before going ahead to write your book. Now it's very important to understand that before you write, you need to do research. Okay, now this is not to say that you can't actually write on whatever topics you want by yourself, or you can't write on whatever topics you are passionate about. You can also do that, but the problem with writing without doing research is that you have to put all your mind on luck. You have to wait for luck for your book to sell. Your book selling have to depend on whether you are lucky or not, right? Which is not a good approach I think you want to follow, since you want to create a passive stream of income as fast as possible. Okay, so when publishing books on Amazon, one of the first things you have to do, which is very important, is to do your research. That's what I do. Before I publish any book on Amazon, I have to do my research. It is after doing my market research that I will now know the kind of books to write or the topics to write on, right? Like I said, there's nothing bad with having ideas that you want to write on already. It's fine, right? But since we're talking about building a business here, you have to actually meet your customers' needs. So you don't actually need to write on what you think you can write on, or topics you wish or you feel people like. You have to carry out the research and then write on topics that people are actually buying already. That's how you sell. That's how you take the luck factor out of it. Not entirely though, but let's say 60% to 7% of the luck factor out of it. Okay, and also remember that I'm going to assume that you're not going to be running ads for a start, because you might not have money for a start to run ads. And since you're not going to run ads, it's important that you more of like hack the system to your advantage, or you more of like find a way to use the system to your advantage so that you will be getting organic sales. Okay, in order to do that, you have to write on topics that people are actually buying on the platform, not topics that you think people are buying. Okay, in order to know topics that people are buying, we have to carry out research. Okay, remember I said there are two approaches, right? Is either you brainstorm topics on your own. You can brainstorm, come up with different topics on your own that you think people might want to buy. Then you go ahead to amazon.com and begin to search or validate these ideas or these topics to see if people are actually buying them. And then the second approach you can take is to also go to ChatGPT, right? And then try to ask ChatGPT to create a list of various topics for you on different niches. It could be the health niche, it could be relationship niche, it could be whatever niche it is, right? You can ask ChatGPT to create a list of topics or ideas for you. You can then go to amazon.com, enter these ideas, begin to validate it. So let's jump right into it. Let me show you. So let's log in Amazon. Okay. Now, first thing first, if you're watching this course and you're in the US, well, there's no need to do what I'm about to show you. If you're in the US or in the UK, right? If you're in one of these third world countries, what you have to do is that you have to change your location to a location in the US or a first world country. So what I normally do, I normally change my location to a location in the US. All you have to do is just go to Google and look for a zip code in one of the states in the US and then enter it here when trying to change your location. So for example, I use a zip code in New York, okay, which is I think this is it. I've forgotten it. Let's see. Okay, that's it. So now you can see deliver to this place where it said deliver to behind this Amazon logo has changed. Deliver to New York. The reason why it's important you change your location to the US is because the US or the UK is because the people we are targeting to sell these products to are people who are based in the US or the UK, right? These are the people that buy 80 to 90%, or let's say just 70% of all the books on Amazon. Okay, so when your location isn't set to the US, sometimes when you search for books or topics or niches on Amazon, you might get different results or feedbacks than when it is set to this particular location. Okay, so you might make a search for books on Amazon. If your location is somewhere in Africa, the recommendations you might get might be different from when your location is set to the US. So it's important to set your location to the US to actually see the kind of books that people over there are buying, or let's say your customers over there are already buying, and then you know what to do. Okay, so first of all, you set your location to the US. Then like I said, you can either brainstorm your ideas and then you input those ideas into this search bar, and then you begin to search them to validate them, or you can use ChatGPT to come up with these ideas. So let's try and use ChatGPT to brainstorm some ideas. Let's say we are going to write a book in the health niche, right? So you can say write a list of 50 best selling topics in the health niche. Write a list of 50 best selling topics in the health niche. Okay, let's see what it comes up comes up with. Okay, it's creating. Now I'm using the free version of ChatGPT. Like I said, this course is basically for people who want to find a way to create passive income on a shoestring or on the budget. So you don't need to actually, the methods I'm going to show you, or the various softwares I'm going to show you to be using, are softwares that you can use their free version and also be able to start with that, and maybe when you begin to make money, you can opt to their paid version, right? So for example, this ChatGPT I'm using, this is the free version. Okay, and it serves also. So ChatGPT has generated a list of 50 potential best-selling topics in the health niche. Now we'll have weight loss and management, we'll have healthy eating and nutrition, we'll have fitness and exercise routines, we'll have yoga and meditation. So let's go ahead and impute these words into Amazon to see if there are topics that would actually sell. Okay, so weight loss and management, we'll go right ahead. Now you can either just impute these words into Amazon like that, and then watch out for the keywords that Amazon are going to give you. But I have a different approach I take. Okay, what I do is I go to the beginning of the words and I type in books on, since we are searching for books on weight loss and management. Okay, if nothing comes, I try to use most times one keyword at a time. Right now you're seeing it, books on weight loss. Look at the drop down of what keywords it has provided: books on weight loss for women, diet books for weight loss, bestseller 2024, keto books for weight loss, high protein diet books for weight loss, and like that. Now, one of the things you have to understand is, from the beginning, these keywords that you're seeing on your page, they are the farther they are to the top, the more competitive they are. So what it means is that books on weight loss will have people competing for it than juicing books for weight loss. Okay, the farther they are below, the less competitive they are. The more the closer they are to the search bar at the top, the more competitive they are. Okay, so you want to actually write books on keywords that are actually not at the top, but maybe somewhere below or in the middle. So let's click on books on weight loss and see what it will give us. So you can see books on weight loss. Now there's something that's very important. Let me take you to my Word document and explain a few things to you. Okay, so I said when doing your research, you can, number one, you can brainstorm topics in various niches, or you can use Chatgpt. Now we have used Chatgpt to come up with a list of 50 topics or best-selling topics in the health niche. Now the second thing you have to bear in mind as you carry out your research is that you have to make sure the niche or the topic you are writing on has no more than 2,000 titles in that particular category. Let me say that again. You have to make sure that the topic you are writing on have at least less than 2,000 titles in that category. So for example, let's go back to this particular category under this keyword. Now you are saying that the books under this keyword have over 3,000 books for these keywords, which means we can write on this topic. Remember I said it has to have less than 2,000 titles per words, the keywords we impute. The reason is because the more keywords, the more results it has, the more competitive it is. And since you are not going to be running ads, you want to play you want to play with a topic whereby you can actually have the ability to get visible and sell. Right? Let's say you're writing a book on a keyword that has over 50,000 titles. How do you stand out when you're not running ads? And okay, so we want to bring the odds to our favor. Okay, so I would have said you should write on a topic that has less than 1,000 titles, but that will take you a lot of time. But the idea is that the less titles they are for a particular topic, the more your opportunities for selling, if it meets all the other criteria. Okay, and the more titles there are, the more your book might get lost when you publish it. So which means this is not a good title for us, because it says over 3,000 results. So let's go ahead. Let's click on books on weight loss for women. Okay, books on weight loss for women. This has over 1,000 results for books on weight loss for women. Wow, okay, so this meets our first criteria. This is a good topic to write on, books on weight loss for women, because it has over 1,000 results. It has less than 2,000 results. Now the next thing I want to do is number 2. Right? I said make sure the title has less than 2,000. The keyword has less than 2,000 titles. The second thing is make sure you have to check the 5 top books in that category to make sure they have a bestseller rank of less than 150,000. Let me show you what I mean. Now, this the first title here is sponsored, so you have to always avoid that. You don't have to search that. The second title here is also sponsored. You have to forget about that. Now, the first title here that's not sponsored is Mini Habits for Weight Loss, right? Now, yeah, so you have to click on it, and then where you check the bestseller rank is, you go down. You see where it says bestseller rank. You go down. Yes. When you come to this product details, you see where it says bestseller rank. You see bestseller rank here is 28,394. Okay, remember I said you have to make sure the first 5 titles under that particular topic you want to write on, or that particular keyword you want to write on, the first 5 titles have a bestseller rank of less than 150,000. The lower the bestseller rank, the better your opportunities for selling. The higher the bestseller rank, the more it means your book might not sell, because higher bestseller ranks indicate that people are not buying a lot of books in that particular under the particular keyword. With lower the lower or a smaller bestseller rank indicates that people actually buying books under that keyword. So that's what it means, right? The higher the bestseller rank, the more it means books are not selling there. The lower it is, the more it means books are selling under that particular keyword. So this first one meets our criteria, 28,394. Okay, we'll go ahead and check the second book. The second book, Macro Cookbook for Beginners. So the first book was, I've forgotten. Let's check it again. What was the bestseller rank of the first book? Let's make sure we write them down. Now, when watching this video, if the video is too slow for you, you can actually increase the playback speed to, let's say, 1 point something or to 2. You still be able to hear what I'm saying, and it will not probably be boring for you. Okay, so it's 28,000. Let's say 28,000. The first book was what? 28k. Okay. Let's check for the second book. The second book is 22k. Look at it. Bestseller rank under this like I told you, under the product details, you see where it says bestseller rank 22,000. 22k. Another thing you also have to watch out for, the number of reviews. Right now, these books has the customer reviews. The rating here is 4.3 total ratings. It has, which means it has 494 reviews, which is not bad, right? It means this book is actually selling. Let's check out the third. We didn't look at the number of reviews for the first book, 2,420. Yes, okay, it's good. It's selling. Then another thing you want to watch out for is the date of publication for the book, right? The closer to the present date, if the date of publication is, let's say, early 2000s, if, let's say, the first 5 books you check out in that under that particular keyword has books that were written in, let's say, 2005, between 2005 to 2010, you want to avoid that niche. What it means, you want to avoid that keyword. Rather, what it means is that new books are not actually selling under that keyword. It is old books. Okay, so we'll also see whether this keyword meets our criteria. The first book here was done in 2016. Okay, so let's see 2016 to 16. The second one was in 2021. let's go ahead to check the third book. The third book, The Word on Weight Loss, Faith-Based Weight Tips. Okay. Bestseller rank for this is 95,000. Hope you're seeing it. 95,000, and the book was published in 2022. 95,000. 95k. 2022. Let's check the fourth book. The fourth book here. Obviously, by me looking at this book alone, you know that it's selling. Any book that has 31,000 reviews, it means the book is actually selling. So we don't even need to check the bestseller rank of this book, but let's still check. It's probably around 300 to 1,000. So let's check what the bestseller rank will be. Okay, the best, I said it, the bestseller rank here is 1,000. Let's say 1,000, 1,100, 100. What year was it published? It was published in 2016. 2016. And let's check out for the fifth book. The number of reviews, 31,000 reviews. Whoa. Well, this keyword will also be somewhat competitive, considering the fact that it has books with a lot of reviews. Then weight loss journal for women. Okay, let's check this out. Okay, bestseller rank here for the bestseller rank for this is, so we just checked it. Bestseller rank for this was where is it? Bestseller rank for this is 109,000. Okay, it's still less than 150k. 109k. What year was it published? It was published in 2021. 2021. Number of reviews, it has 214 reviews, which is okay, it's not bad. Then before we go ahead, let's check one more book. Better daily weight loss habits. Let's check this out. Okay, now see, the bestseller rank for this book is 1.2 million. What it means is that this particular book is actually not selling. And now you have to understand that the further down you go, like as you're searching for the books, the more you go down, the lesser you are going to be noticing that the books sell, the lesser the book sells. So the further up your book is placed when it gets to these keywords, the more it means your books are selling. What it means is that the books that appear first are the books that are selling the most, right? As you go down, the lesser the books begins to sell, which means what it means is that these first 5 books are actually not doing bad, but this 6th book is actually doing very poor, considering the fact that the bestseller rank is over 1 million. It means that book is probably selling maybe 1 copy a month, or let's say 1 copy in 2 months or even 3 months, right? But this ones with 28k, 20k, 95k, 1,109, it means these 5 books are actually selling at least a good number of copies every month. Okay, so that's what it means. So now, from what we have searched, from what we have gone through, remember we said number 1, make sure that the keyword has less than 2,000 titles. Now our keyword here, the keyword we have searched here, has 1,000 titles, which is, it has met that checklist. The second thing, we said that the top 5 books have to have a bestseller rank of less than 150k. Yeah, so the top 5 books we have also have a bestseller rank of less than 150k, which it has also made that checklist. The other thing I forgot to write was you have to check the year of publication, right? If the year of publication is something that's too backward, you want to avoid that niche, because it means it is old books alone that are selling there. But if the year of publication isn't too backward, it means new books have the opportunity to sell. So the year of publication for these first top 5 books, we have 2016, 2021, 2022, 2016, 2021, which means there are no 2023 books and there are no 2024 books here, right? You still have an opportunity to sell in this niche. If you write a good book, in this niche, you still have the opportunity to sell, because at least it means you have a book that was published 2 years ago and is doing well, right? Or let's say a year and a half ago and it's still doing well. So you can still publish a book under this niche, right? The dates are not that we have 2023, 2020 here, so it's still cool. You can still publish a book here and still make some good number of sales. Okay. Then for the reviews, most of the books here have decent reviews, which is also something that's good. Okay, which means people are actually buying books in this niche. Buying books under this keyword. So that's one of the ways you actually carry out your research on Amazon, right? Like I said, you want to actually carry out your research to see books that people are buying. Since you don't have money to run ads for a start, you want to actually look for keywords that people are actually searching for and are buying books under, so you don't have to write books that will spend even 30 years on Amazon without selling a single copy. So when I started out on Amazon years ago, I wrote books that to today haven't sold even a single copy, because I didn't use the right approach. I was just writing books I thought I had ideas on. I was writing books on motivation, writing books on how to set goals and stuff like that. What I didn't, it wasn't as if those books weren't selling, but the competition in those niches or use under those keywords were too much. Okay, let me just search for goal setting. Let's see, goal setting. Goal setting book. Are you seeing it? It says over 9,000 results for goal setting book. Are you seeing that there's a lot of competition? Imagine starting out as a beginner who's not going to run ads, and then you write a book. You publish a book under a keyword that has 9,000 books already. How do you think your books is going to sell? Right? You're just putting all your strategy is just mostly based on luck. So if you're not going to run ads, means your strategy is waiting to get lucky, which is not a strategy at all, right? So this is as a beginner, don't write a book on a keyword such as this. Okay, maybe let's check it down. Let's say goal setting books for teens. Right now, this is a better keyword to write on. Goal setting books for teens. It has less than 1,000 results. Then if you want to still validate it, you just use some of the criteria as we said earlier to validate it. You check if it has less than 2,000 titles. You check the top five books to see. Check out if they have good reviews. Check out their bestseller rank if it's less than 150k. And you check out their year of publication. If it meets these criteria, it means okay, your books have the probability to sell. Now, if your book meeting these 5 or these major criteria I gave here isn't a 100% guarantee that your books will sell. Your book can meet all these criteria and still not sell, because now let's check it up again. You have over 800 books here that are already selling, so your books may end up getting below and not selling. So the way Amazon works is within the first week that you publish a book, Amazon try to give the book some visibility. So what they will do is that they will try to push the book up, right, put the book on this first page. They'll try to put a book on this first page to give it visibility. If within the first week to second week it doesn't sell, they'll push you to the second page or whatever page they want, and that's how your book might get lost. So that's why it's important to follow every step I'm going to be showing you in this course to actually make sure that your book sells at least a copy or 2 copies within the first week of publication, so that your book will not be pushed back by Amazon. Okay, and you want to make sure your book is on the first page for every keyword. Even if it's not the number one there, it has to be, at least let it be on the first page. Let me ask you a very good question. Let me demonstrate it for you. Let's search for goal setting on Google. Goal setting, right? Let's search for it. It says, look at where it says about. It says there are about 2,830 million results for this keyword goal setting on Google. Now this is the first page. This is the first page, and there are several. This is the first page. 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 Now, what I wanted to point out was that when you are searching for these keywords, when you are searching for a top for an article like this on Google, how do you get to select what you read? Do you keep scrolling down for probably several minutes or to an hour before you get what you want? No, you don't waste your time like that. What you do is that you check out the first 10 to 15 sites that pop up, you check them out and you get what you want. You most times don't actually scroll back and back. That's why it's important that your book on Amazon also, even when it gets to Amazon, right? That's why now along the line in this course we're going to be talking about Amazon SEO. We have already started, because this research, this method of carrying out research is what is called search engine optimization on Amazon. I'm going to be going in depth into Amazon SEO on how to actually get keywords for your book, how to craft the titles of your book, how to write the description and all that. We'll get into that in this book. But one of the things you have to understand, you have to make sure your book is on the first page on Amazon. Even if it's not number one, let it be on the first page, because if it's not on the first page, the likelihood that your book will sell will be a problem. And you want your book to be selling a good number of copies every month, right? If you don't want to be selling just 1 copy a month, you have to make sure your book is on the first page. And I'm going to be sharing tips with you when we get to the section on Amazon SEO. What SEO means is search engine optimization. How to make sure you optimize your book in order for it to appear on the first page. That's what it means. Okay, I'm going to be showing you what you can do, how to optimize your book to make sure it appears on the first page so that it will sell. Okay, so let's try out one more topic and then we can go to the next section. Let's check out stress management and realization techniques. So you just go here. Remember I said you have to put in book first. Like I said, books on, you paste where you want to paste. Most times when you paste it like this, it might not give you results because of how long the keyword are. So you have to break it down. You have to take out these relaxation techniques and just let's check for books on stress management. Okay, let's check out this stress and anxiety management books. Let's check out that keyword and see. Now, are you seeing the results? Now, for this keyword stress and anxiety management books, there are over 50,000 results. Imagine not doing your research or not carrying out this research I just pointed out to you, and let's say you went to Chatgpt and you now saw stress management and realization techniques, and you felt, okay, yes, stress is something people deal with, and definitely there will be people who will be interested in buying books on how to manage stress. Yes, that's good. Yes, you are right. And let's say you didn't go to Amazon to validate it, you went ahead to write a book on stress management and you now published it on Amazon. Your book now becomes one among these 50,000. Your book now begins to compete with 50,000 other books that are already established under that keyword. How do you expect your book to sell? Your book will get lost. It won't sell. Okay. Now let's check out some of the books under this niche, right? Under this keyword. Sorry, right? So most of these books are actually selling. They're actually selling, and the books are very recent, 2023. Since we're not even going to write on this keyword, let's just forget about this keyword because we are not even writing on it. Over 50,000 results. No, that's bad. So you go here and then you cancel it out. It means this isn't going to work. But remember, the first one was a good keyword. Let's check out another one. Let's check out yoga. Remember I said you start with books on. That's the technique I use. Books on, let's say books on yoga. Then it will now give you a drop down suggestion. Now listen, look at here, it said books on yoga for seniors. Let's check that out. Wow. Now listen, this keyword is a very good keyword to write on. Look, I said 194 results, right? It could be good, it could be bad. Let's check out to see if it meets our so various criteria. It meets our checklist. Number one, it says light on yoga. Now remember, you don't have to go through the books that have the word sponsored on them. Okay, so it has it says, let's take the bestseller rank. The bestseller rank is 7,000, which is good. Year of publication, which year was this book published? So what it means is this book was actually published in 1979, but since Amazon was not in existence in 1979, it means it was probably uploaded or published on Amazon. It could be recently, we don't know, but let's continue. But I know Amazon wasn't even in existence in 1979, so maybe the author decided to use the original year of publication of the book. I don't know how they do that on Amazon, but let's move ahead. Let's move ahead and check the remaining 4 books and save. Now the second book here was published in, when was it published? Was published in 2023. Okay, let's check it out. It's even a bestseller already, so we don't need, the word bestseller is already up here. You don't even need to check it out. But let's check out the bestseller rank. It's already saying it's bestseller. Bestseller rank is what, 1,700, right? It means the books are actually selling. Now another thing I forgot to mention is you have to check the number of pages of the books. You have to check the number of pages of the book. Let's say for these 5 books we checked out, for the first 5 books, let's say the first book had 250 pages. Let's say the second one had 300 pages. Let's say the third one had 200 pages. For this topic we checked earlier, I forgot to add that you need to also check the number of pages. You have to also look out for the number of pages so that you know the number of pages your book will also have in order to also be able to compete. Let's say this one have 180 pages, and let's say this has 220 pages. What it means is that if the first 5 books you check out on that keyword have books with number of pages ranging between 200 to 180, it means the book you are going to publish in that niche should not be less than 200 pages. Just look at it: 250, 300, 200, 180, 220. It means if you want your book to compete, it needs to be around 200 pages. I may say, how do I get 200 pages of content? It's very easy using AI, and I'm going to show you how you're going to be able to create. Even if you want to create 500 pages of content, I'm going to show you how you create 500 pages of content using AI. Although it requires some work, you're going to put in the work, but with AI it's going to be far easier for you than it's something you're going to be able to do in one day using AI, and it's not going the content of the book are not going to be repetitive. No, I'm going to show you softwares that you're going to use to generate this text for the book, and then rewrite them, paraphrase them, and then with a little editing they'll be good to go. Okay, so don't worry about how you'll be able to create a content. I'll show you how you can generate this content. Okay, so you check out the pages, which means your book have to have no less than 200 pages to be able to compete. So that's that for that. I just remember that I wanted you to know. Okay, which means this book is actually selling. The number of pages is 139. Okay, you note that down. Then you check out third book here, was also published in 2023. Let's check out bestseller rank. Remember, this is the second book. The first book, the bestseller rank for the first book was 1,000. The bestseller rank for this is 30,000. Number of pages is 169. The number of pages we checked earlier was 170 something. Year of publication is 2023. Well, this is also good. Then let's check for this again. This was also published in 2023. Okay, so let's check out the bestseller rank. Bestseller rank is 9,000, which is way below the 150,000 we said. Number of pages 107. Well, now you are seeing that the three books we have looked at here now has number of pages are all below they are all below 200. So let's check out the fourth one before I conclude. And then look at the year of publication, 2023, which is very recent. Okay, look at the ratings, 168, which means new books are actually selling a lot under this keyword. This is sponsored. Yeah, you need to avoid that. Okay, this was in August 2022. Let's check it out. Bestseller rank here is 133,000. It's still below 150,000. It's still good. Number of pages 143 pages. Ratings 136 ratings. Year publication 2022. It's still good. So you can actually go ahead to write a book on yoga for seniors. Right? You can go ahead to write a book on yoga for seniors, and your book will have the probability to sell rather than just picking a topic blindly and writing on it. I hope you're understanding what we are trying to say. Remember, I said earlier that if I'm too slow for you, you can just, all you have to do is to increase the playback speed on your player and on your player, and then speed it up to 1 point something or 2, and you see listen to what I'm saying, and it will take less of your time. Okay, so which means let's go back to ChatGPT. It means this keyword is actually good. So that's how you do it. I don't need to go through all of them, but I guess you understand the points now, right? It's either you brainstorm for these keywords and then you validate them on amazon.com. Now the reason why we are using Amazon is because you're going to be publishing on Amazon and other platforms, so first on Amazon. So that's why we are using Amazon to validate it. And of course, Amazon is the largest ebook retailer online, okay, or ebook seller online. So that's why we are using Amazon. So you have to validate it on Amazon. You can brainstorm these topics, validate them, or you use ChatGPT. Listen, look how we did. Just with a single search, we're able to come up with 50 keywords or 50 different topics. All you have to do is just enter these topics one after the other, see the ones that are using the criteria I gave you to validate them, see the ones that are actually good, right? The ones that are not good, that have too many competition, you weed them out. The ones that have less competition, you put them in one side, right? Now that's the first step for the validation. Now after you have done this, you have checked out these keywords and see the keywords that are going to sell, and you have selected it. You shouldn't just go ahead to write on them yet. What did I say? You shouldn't just go ahead to write on them yet, right? This is just the first phase. And in the second section of this course, the next section of this course rather, where I'm going to be talking about Amazon SEO. I'm going to be telling you why you shouldn't just begin to write a book on this topic from this first criteria alone. You have to do other things to also validate it the second time before you write a book on them. So in that section of the course, I'm going to be showing you, in that section of the course which deals with Amazon SEO, I'm going to be showing you the next step to take before actually beginning to write on these keywords you have validated. You have to validate it a second time, okay, if you actually want your book to sell. So in the previous lesson, we talked about carrying out your research before actually going ahead to write a book on Amazon. You see, writing a book on Amazon has three phases. The way I do it. The first phase is to pick a niche, right? Pick a niche you want to write on. The second phase is to carry out your research to validate the ideas or the topics in the niche you have chosen. Then the third step is where you go ahead to write your books, right? Now, one of the things that I see daily is people who skip the first two steps and jump to the last step. They skip picking out a good niche. They skip validating the ideas or topics for the niche. They just go ahead to create whatever they want to create and then put it on Amazon, and in the end it ends up not selling. So it's very important to actually carry out proper research to validate your validate your topics to know if they will sell on Amazon before you go ahead to create books on them. You don't want to waste your time churning out books and then end up not selling any copies. Remember, the goal is to create a passive stream of income for yourself, right? And you want to do that as fast as possible. So this is the shortcut, right? They say there are no shortcuts, but this is actually a shortcut. I'm just giving you a secret now, right? The shortcut is carry out proper research, right, and know what books are selling. Then go ahead to create books on the topics that are selling, and then you also sell, or create books on topics that your customers are looking for and you are likely to sell. Okay, so without wasting time, let's go right into what we have for today. So I've already introduced you to Amazon SEO, right? All what I talked about in the section of the course where we talked about carrying out proper research has to do with what? SEO. So before we go on, let's actually define SEO, or let's check out what SEO means, right? So what's SEO? A simple Google search will give you several definitions, but let's just pick this first one here. SEO, which is the short for search engine optimization, is about helping search engines understand your content and helping users find your site and make a decision about whether they should visit your site through a search engine. Let me say that again. SEO simply means, or the aim of SEO is to help search engines understand your content and help users find your site and make a decision about whether they should visit your site through a search engine or not. Now, so when it gets to Amazon, what this means is that SEO is simply the way writing your book in a way that the Amazon algorithm, right? The Amazon algorithm will understand your content and suggest it to potential buyers. That's just the aim of Amazon SEO, right? The aim of Amazon SEO, or the whole concept of Amazon SEO, is writing your book in a way that the Amazon algorithm will be likely to suggest it to or to show it to more potential buyers. So that's just the simple essence of what SEO, right? Okay, or just the meaning of SEO. SEO as relates to Amazon, like I said, just have to do with writing your book in a way that, or optimizing your book in a way that the Amazon algorithm would be likely to show it to more potential buyers and customers. Okay, and in order to optimize your book in a way that the Amazon algorithm will recognize it quickly and suggest it to a lot of buyers, or show it to a good number of potential buyers, there are a few things you have to do. And one of those things you have to do is to make sure you write books on keywords that are not too competitive. Like I've said, let's say if you pick a keyword that has 50,000 titles under it, definitely your book isn't going anywhere if you write on that keyword, right? Using those keywords, right? So, and if you also write a book on a keyword that has a very high bestseller rank, let's say 3 million, the bestseller rank for the keyword is 3 million, definitely your book isn't going anywhere, because what it means is that those books under that keywords with those high bestseller ranks are not selling. Remember, I told you the lower the bestseller rank, the more it means the more copies the book is worth selling. The higher the bestseller rank, the less copies the books is worth selling, or the books under that keyword are worth selling. So let's dive right into what we have for today. So we have already established or looked at the meaning of Amazon SEO, right? Where I said the Amazon SEO simply means optimizing your book in a way that the Amazon algorithm would be likely to show it more to potential buyers. That's what it means, right? Optimizing your book, right? Or writing your book in a way that the Amazon algorithm will be more likely to show it to potential buyers than the books of other people. That's what Amazon SEO means. Okay, so for you to what get on with Amazon SEO, which is the next phase of the first phase of Amazon SEO was where we talked about carrying out your research. This is the second phase. Now you have learned how to pick good keywords, right? How to pick good keywords and some criteria to follow. Now the next step is, okay, here's a quick tip. Now it's important, like I've already established before, that you should do your research on the Amazon US store. The reason is because most of your customers are going to be from the US, right? But in rare cases whereby you're writing a book in probably a different language, which is not English, right? You can check out that store if Amazon has a store. Let's say if you're writing a book in Japanese, and yes, I think Amazon has a Japanese store. You can actually check the Amazon Japanese store and do your search there, right? And in cases like that, well, that's an exception. But unless, right, for cases like that, if you are writing a book like that's in English, rather, make sure you do your research on the Amazon US store. And I also said from the previous video that each keyword should have titles not above 2,000. Each keyword should not have more than 2,000 titles, preferably 1,000 titles. I told you, the lower the number of titles each keywords have, the more your chances of selling, because the higher the number of titles under a keyword, it means the more competition you're going to face. And since you're not going to be running adverts, you have to choose keywords that have very little number of titles and that books are and that are also selling, and that books are also selling within that keyword, right? So that's that for that. Now, one of the things you have to understand is when it gets to carrying out research on Amazon, you don't just pick a single keyword and then you are done, right? You need several keywords, at least up to 10 of these keywords. Okay, so keywords. Number one. So you need several of these keywords. The reason is because when you begin to upload your book on Amazon, there's what is called the 7 backend keywords. Amazon will require you to enter 7 related keywords to your book. So that's why, as you are carrying out your research, getting one single keyword alone is not enough if you want your book to compete in the market, right? You need at least between 7 to 10 keywords. You need to research at least 7 to 10 keywords related to your topic that you're going to impute in your back end when Amazon is going to request. Because when you're uploading your book, Amazon will request that you enter 7 related keywords, right? And your books will be able to rank for these keywords in different categories, and that's how you can sell several copies of your book. A lot of people have said that imputing those keywords, those backend keywords, are not important. All you have to do is just to optimize your type 2, or make sure the keywords are found in your title and subtitle. Well, I've come to discover that several times some of those keywords that I've used in my backend, my books have been able to rank for them and they have made sales. So it's important you fill in those 7 backend keywords. In order to get those 7 backend keywords, you have to get them when you are doing your research. Okay, so let's dive right into the Amazon store. Let me show you. Okay, let's pick a topic. Let's pick a keyword I want to work with. Let's say the keywords I want to work with. The keyword I want to work with is let's say puberty. Let's say puberty books, right? Let's go ahead and say puberty books. Okay, puberty books. Or I can say books on puberty. Books on puberty. Okay, now look at the various keywords that Amazon has suggested for us. We have puberty books for boys ages 8 to 12. Let's check that. Puberty books for boys books 8 to 12. Right now, you can see that this keyword here has 311 titles on that. So let's go ahead to validate it to check if the books here are actually selling. Okay, this first one is probably selling. A book with 4,000 reviews is actually selling. You don't even need to check it. A book with this second one also is selling. A book with 3,000 reviews is actually selling. The third one is also selling. A book with 3,000 reviews, 2,000 reviews is selling. Even this fourth one is selling like crazy. A book with 500 reviews, this book is likely selling. Let's check it out and check out the bestseller rank. Okay, what's the bestseller rank? Okay, like I've said, I told you the bestseller rank here is 12,000, which means this book is really seriously worth selling. Probably selling a good number, a few number of copies every single day. Okay, so that was the fourth book, which means all these ones are also, all these books will likely have lower bestseller ranks than this. I don't need to check it. It's quite obvious. But when you are doing your research, make sure you check each single one of the books to make sure it is confirmed. Okay, let me just check this in order to confirm it. Let me just check this. Let's check the bestseller. Okay, 520. I told you. So you have checked 4 books. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 of these books. I've checked 4 of these books. Let's check the 5th one. $12,000. Right? Remember I said make sure the first 5 books in that under that keyword shouldn't have a bestseller rank of above 150,000. It should be less. The bestseller rank of the first 5 books in that under that keyword should be less than 150,000. And I told you the 150,000 is just a benchmark, but the lower the bestseller rank, the more profitable that keyword is, right? So let's say if the first 5 books you checked has bestseller ranks of like 500 to 1,000, it means that keyword is very and that keyword doesn't have more than 1,000 titles. It means, or more than 1,000 search results. It means that keyword is a very profitable keyword. Okay, so look at this 12,621, which is very good. It's very it's very good. It means this book is also seriously selling, right? So we can go on and on, but we have checked 5 books. Let's check one more before we just go ahead and note it down. Okay, let's check. What's this? The bestseller? Yes, the bestseller rank for this is 109,000. It's still below 150,000, so it's still good. We are still good to go. Okay, so we can go ahead and take this keyword down. It's a profitable keyword. Remember our criteria that was said earlier. So it's a profitable keyword. Puberty books for boys ages 12. So we'll go again. Puberty books for boys 8 to 12 Christian. Let's check that out. There is another keyword. 160 results. Let's check if the books here are selling. The books here are obviously selling. Right now, 9,000. A book with 9,000 reviews is actually selling. We don't even need to check that out. Okay. Let's check the second one out. The bestseller rank for this is 8,000. Yes, it's good. This is 4,000. Look at it. This is for bestseller rank for this is 4,000. It's also good. Yeah, the bestseller rank of this particular book is very likely to be high because there are no reviews, so it might be high. I told you bestseller rank for this book is 1.4 million, which means this book has probably not sold any copy in the past 2 months. Okay, so let's keep that. Let's check the other titles here. 80,000. Remember, this is sponsored. Okay, let's check this out. This is 80,000. Bestseller rank for this is 80,000. It's still below 150,000. Let's check this out. Bestseller rank for this is 12,000. Yeah. So apart from that other book we just saw that has bestseller rank of 1.70 million, we have checked up to 4-5 books here that have bestseller rank below 150,000. So we can say this keyword is also somewhat profitable. So we can go ahead and write it down and go ahead and take the keyword down. Take the keyword down. So this is the second keyword on books. So puberty for boys. Book on puberty for boys. Book on puberty for boys. So let's remember the topic we wanted to write on was on puberty. Now the keywords we are getting are books about books on puberty for boys. So when you want to write this book, it means we're going to be writing a book about puberty for boys, not books about puberty for girls in general. We can actually mix it, right? Make it for boys and girls, or we can make it just for boys alone, right? So let's go for boys and see if we'll see enough keywords. Puberty books for boys. Okay, look at this one. Let's start from the bottom. Puberty books for boys with autism. Let's check that out. 158 results. Let's check out the books. Okay, if it's selling. 110,000. It's good. Still below 150,000. The second one, I think this is 85,000. It's still good. It's good to go. This is likely bestseller. With 4,000 reviews, likely bestseller already. We don't even need to check it out, but let's check it out. 4,000. The bestseller rank is 4,000. It's good to go. Now this is the third book we have checked here now. Let's check this out. There's a fourth book. Fourth book. Bestseller rank for this is 25,000. It's good to go. Let's check this out. Bestseller rank for this is 235,000, which isn't that good. Let's check out another one. Most of the books here are bestsellers. They're seriously selling. Okay, let's check this out. Bestseller rank for this. Yeah, the bestseller rank for this is 60,000. So we can say this keyword is good. Remember, you can also, while you are doing it, I don't have to repeat everything I've done in the last class here again, but while you're at it, check the date of publication of some of these books also to validate the keywords like we've said from a previous class. So we're going to our third keyword. Remember we said you need between 7 to 10 of these keywords. So we have gotten 3. Let's go again. Puberty books. Puberty books for boys 10 to 12 years old Christian. This is another keyword. Let's check out this Let's switch it up. Instead of saying puberty books, let's say books about puberty. Let's say books about puberty. Let's say, okay, that's brought up a lot of books about puberty for 10 to 11-year-old boys. Let's check that out. 122 results. Let's check. This book it's obviously selling. This is obviously selling too. Let's check this out. The first two are obviously selling because they have a very high number of reviews. Let's check this out. The bestseller rank is 12,000 for this, which is the third book third book under the keyword. This is also likely selling. Let's check this out. Yeah, 27,000, selling a lot. Let's check this out. Bestseller rank for this is 60,000, obviously selling too. Okay, so we can go ahead and take down this keyword. It has a keyword that has a potential to be profitable. Remember I said the fact that you use this criteria, the fact that you filter out these keywords using this criteria is not a guarantee that the books must sell. You can do all these things and your book might not sell for a good number of weeks or months, right? Remember, there's thousands and thousands of books on Amazon, so the field of competition is very tough. But for you to actually be able to stand a chance, you have to go through this process. So this is the fourth one. So we can do it for the fourth. You can just keep going through. All you have to do, I don't need to extend this video by doing it one after the other, but you get the idea now. You can do it. You can do it for each of those keywords that are related to the search, to the term, to the topic you want to write on. Now we want to write a book on puberty for boys, and in order to write a book on puberty for boys, we have to check out keywords that are actually profitable, that are related to this topic. Now we have gotten 4 keywords. You can make sure you do this for, I don't want to do it to keep doing it to extend the video necessarily, but you get the idea. What I'm trying to talk about. So all you have to do is do it until you get between 7 to 10 of these keywords that are profitable. Do it until you get between 7. The minimum is 7. 10 is okay as a maximum, right? But there's no maximum here. But do it until you get between 7 to 10 of these keywords that are going to be used. Remember, I told you that when you're uploading your book, Amazon is going to ask you to enter 7 of these keywords, right? That your book that they can also rank your book for. Okay, so and it's very important you use that space behind to fill in those keywords in order to optimize your book for Amazon algorithm, in order for it to be able to show your books to your potential customers. Now, so after you have gotten your keywords, the next step, after you have gotten your keywords down, the next step is to go ahead and write your content. But before writing your content, it's important that I explain the concept of ranking. Ranking is simply how Amazon place books, how the Amazon algorithm place books on their stores, right? So let's say me and you will let's say I write a book on puberty without doing any research. Because puberty is a topic I'm knowledgeable on, I just go ahead and just create a book on puberty and just dump it or publish it on Amazon without actually carrying out any research to see the related keywords to that topic that are profitable. What will happen? And you, on the other hand, you went ahead and carry out this research that we just did. You looked for related keywords to the topic that are actually profitable, and after you got those keywords, you made sure your title, you infused these keywords into your title and into your subtitle and into your backend keywords. At the end of the day, by the time we publish our books, your book is going to be at the top of my book when it gets to how Amazon place these books on their store. It's called ranking, right? Your book might be on position number 10, mine might be on position number 50. It's called ranking. The reason is because Amazon will rank your book ahead of mine because because you optimized your book based on the keywords that are profitable. So the Amazon algorithm will recognize that and show your book to what potential buyers that need to show my book to them. Okay, so that's just what ranking is all about. Now in another section of this course, I'm going to be showing you how to use remember I said I want to show you how to actually carry out this research without using premium tools, in case you might not have money to buy premium tools or invest in some of this software. But in another section of this course, or in another parts of this class, I'm going to be showing you free extensions you can use that can also help you come up with keywords. Free extensions you can use that can help you come up with keywords faster. So see you in the next class. Now in this section of the course, we're going to be looking at how to actually create the content for your book. Now we have looked at how to carry out proper research for your book. Here we'll look at how you can create the content for your book. Remember I said that sometimes you'll be required to write a book as big as, let's say, a book of 200 pages, 150 pages, depending on what you find out during your research. And I told you I'm going to be showing you how to create this content, right, using ChatGPT. Now if you have a paid version of ChatGPT, well, that's great. But if you don't have the paid version, the free version is what I have here, and I'm going to be showing you how you can use the free version of ChatGPT to create the content of your book. So remember, we're writing a book on puberty for boys, right? So I can come to ChatGPT and write something like, write an outline for a book on puberty for boys. Hit enter. You see, ChatGPT has given us an outline, right? An outline for a book on puberty for boys. So all you have to do is just copy it, then you go and paste it in your, if you are using Windows, you paste it in your Word document. If you are using whatever browser, whatever computer you are using, and whatever software it has, maybe if it is Windows, if it is iOS, whatever, go to your Word document, the Word document that it has, and then you paste it there. Then you come over here. We don't need the title. The title is not important because we are going to need to craft our own title using the keywords you've gotten. So the title ChatGPT gave us is actually useless. Then you come here, you break it down. This is the introduction. Okay. Understanding. Then you break the page. This is going to be our chapter 1, the biology of puberty. Here we're going to talk about hormones, physical changes, and emotional changes during puberty. Let me save it as puberty course, right? Okay, saved. So how do you get an introduction? So here's what you do. You cut this out. You go to ChatGPT again and enter in a different prompt. Now remember, a prompt is simply the words that you enter into ChatGPT for it to give you an answer, right? The better the prompts, the better the answers. So there's what is called you can go to YouTube, you can go to YouTube and learn how to, what's wrong with my network? You can actually go to YouTube and learn how to create or write better prompts. There are a lot of videos on YouTube that can teach you that. Okay, so we'll now say write in detail about write in detail about understanding puberty in boys, comma, without using bullet points, just flow. Let's say continue. Now, if you can notice, because of the kind of prompt I entered, look at the kind of text that ChatGPT generated, right? Look at how ChatGPT is flowing because of the what kind of prompt I entered. So you just have to go to YouTube, learn one or two things about how to enter the right prompt into ChatGPT, and you're good to go. You can use the same prompt I just used for whatever book you're creating, and you're good to go. So let's copy this. Let's copy it out and paste it here. You can see our introduction is coming together. Why puberty matters in boys. In boys. Copy that. Go to ChatGPT. And we'll say write in detail on why puberty. Write in detail on why puberty matters in boys, without numbering or bullet points, just flow. Let's continue. Now you can be entering continue as much as you want to get the right number of words for your book. So I can continue as long as there's something continue to be. So, but sometimes it will continue a point, it might begin to generate content that are almost the same, but it's still okay, because when you get to edit it, you can crop out similar contents in the end. So I think this is enough. Let's use this. Let's use this. Okay. So that's that for our introduction. Now, one of the things you have to understand is when writing a book, your introduction shouldn't be too long. If your introduction becomes too long, it makes your book boring. So your introduction should be sharp and straight to the point. Now, all what I put down here might not what I'll be using for my introduction. As you see when I begin to edit it, I'll still have to cut it down and make it shorter and straight to the point. But first, the point is to generate as much as the point is to generate as many ideas as possible. Now we'll go to chapter 1. Chapter 1 says the biology of puberty. So let's get a brief summary of what the biology of puberty actually entails before breaking it down. The biology of puberty. We'll go back to Chatgpt again, or we'll come to Chatgpt again and we'll enter a prompt. Write in detail on the biology of puberty without using numbering or bullet points. Just flow. As we continue. Copy this. Then we'll come and paste it here. Now hormones. You can say hormones in boys during puberty. Remember, it's in boys. Remember, our topic is puberty in boys. So everything you're writing has to be in boys. Hormones in boys during puberty. We'll copy again. We'll head to Chatgpt. Enter our prompt. Write in detail on hormones in boys during puberty without using numbering or bullet points. Just flow. Now the reason behind me saying without using numbering and bullet points is because sometimes when you just give Chatgpt a command, it might begin to list your ideas in bullet points after a certain number of words. So I don't want it to give me the words or the points in bullet points or to number them. I just want it to flow as if it's writing an article. I'll be the one to create bullet points out of it if I want. That's what I'm using without. That's why one of the prompts. That's why I added without using numbering or bullet points to the prompt. Continue. Continue. So you can say continue. You can ask you to continue for as much as you want to get enough content, but consider the fact that I don't want this video to be unnecessarily long. Let's stop it here. Let me copy this. Go right here and paste it. You can see our book is coming together. We already have 3,000 words, right? So by the time I do this same thing I'm doing for all the chapters, by the time I do everything for all the chapters, until have how many chapters? You'll have 8 chapters here. By the time I do it 8 times, I'll probably have thousands of words, probably maybe 50,000 words or 60,000 words or whatever. and that should be it. And with that, I can begin to find a way to edit it and get the content of my book together. So this is how you get the content for your book. You go to ChatGPT, enter the right prompts. You can use this exact same prompt that I'm using. It will give you what you're looking for, regardless of the topic you are writing on. If you use this exact same prompt, to give you clean results, right? Give you good clean results. And if you have better prompts that you can use or you want to use, you can go ahead to use them. But in order for this book not to be unnecessarily long, you have to repeat the same thing I've done for all the chapters. By the time you're done, you should have enough content. And if after you have done, you don't have enough content, you can still go to ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT to give you. Let me show you. You can say list out 20 major areas of development for boys during puberty. Okay, so by the time you are done with that and you realize, oh, the number of words I have are not enough, you can go to ChatGPT again, enter this prompt. It will give you several major areas, right? Or several major areas during several major developmental areas for boys during puberty. You go then after it gives you that, you go to your content to check if all what is here is what represented already in your book. Any of these points that is not already represented in your book, you go ahead to turn it into a new chapter and continue creating more content until you keep doing this until you have enough content or the desired number of words that you are looking for. And remember, if you get up to 30 to 40,000 words, you can create between 80 pages. So if you have 60,000 words, 65,000 or 70,000 words, you should be able to create a decent 200-page book from that. Okay, and that will also depend on the font size you want to use for your book, right? I recommend you use 12 font size. Okay, so I think this is for this part of the course. In the next section of the course, I'm going to be showing you how to edit your content, how to edit your content in a way that nobody will even know you used ChatGPT to write it. Okay, so thank you for sticking with me here. See you in the next class, or see you in the next section of the course. So we have gotten our content using ChatGPT. Next step is to find a way to edit this content. So for this section, I'm going to be introducing you to a software called Quillbot. It's called Quillbot. I use the premium version of it. It has a free version and it has a paid version. But in fact, if there's any investment I will advise you to make, right? I will advise you to get a premium version of Quillbot. The monthly subscription costs between $4 to $6, right? I advise you to make the investment because it's going to save you a lot of time. If you want to be able to create at least a book a day, you need the premium version. Using the free version is going to slow you down a lot and it's going to waste a lot of your time. Plus, you're not going to have access to a lot of these options or tools, right? So paying for the premium version, it doesn't cost much. So I advise you to get a premium version. So the tool is called Quillbot, right? And I'm using the premium version. So what you have to do in this next step, this is where you begin to edit the content you have gotten from ChatGPT in order to make it more unique, right? Now, one of the things you have to understand is if you take the content you gotten from ChatGPT directly and upload it on Amazon, your account is likely to be banned. The reason is because the content gotten from ChatGPT is too generic and sometimes too similar that Amazon might just flag it as inappropriate content for their users. So you have to make sure we edit this content in a way that it will make sense. In order to do that, you need this software. So what we'll do after I've gotten our content, you come here, you create a new document, right? So we come here, you copy. You copy it. Now remember, you don't have to copy all. If you copy all, sometimes it might keep hanging and wasting your time. So just copy it stage by stage. Let's say you can divide, you can copy it based on subheadings, right? Then we go to keyboards. Now look at this place where it says modes here. The first mode is called standard, the second one is fluency, the third one is simple, natural, formal, academic, creative, expand, like that. Now the one I use is fluency because I want my flow of thoughts to be what you get. I want the flow of thoughts to be what to be good. So I use fluency. Then I come to this place where it says synonyms, right? What it means is that the more the more the bar is full, or the fuller the bar, the more this software is going to create new words for each word found in the words that you paste. Okay, so I'll put it here. I don't want it to change the words entirely, so I'll put it here, the synonyms here. I'll put it, select fluency like this, then I will paste it. Allow. I'll paste my content. I'll go ahead to paraphrase. Now you can see Keyboard is rewriting and paraphrasing the content I just pasted. This is very fast. It has done it. I'll copy this, go to my new page that I opened, now paste it. Come here, I'll copy from here to the next subheading. Okay, it stops here. Go to keyboards. I'll reload it. Go to keyboards, paste it, paraphrase. Why is it wasting time? Why is it delaying this time around? I don't know, but let's wait a little bit. Let me reload again. Let me reload afresh. Let me paste again. Paraphrase. Let me see. Hopefully it doesn't waste our time this time around. Okay. Let me reload again. And paste. Paraphrase. Paste. Paraphrase. Okay. Let's work out. There's something I need to explain to you when it is to using keyboards. Now you can see that the words on your right hand side are of different colors. Some are blue, some are black, some are more of like orange color. Let me explain what that means here. Now what it means is the words that are more of like the words that are almost red in color are the change words. What it means is all these words you are seeing here that are more of like orange in color are words that Chatgpt had changed. Are new words that Keyboard has imputed into our content. Okay, then the keys are below it. You just read it, you understand it. Then structural changes, where it is underlined yellow, For example, here it means what the words from here to this place was changed structurally in the way the words was probably freezed. Okay, then the blue one means the longest one, which means these words here they are the same as they were in the former word content. It means these words like this was exactly how they appeared in the former content. It wasn't changed, and you can still change them. You can change them if you don't want. You can change it. All you have to do is you click on the words. You have several options to choose from. Consent means approval, permission, whatever, right? So you can say, well, let's consent. These are the synonyms to these particular words. Consent can also mean approval. It can mean permission. Let's just use approval. We have changed it, right? You can go to social integration, click integration. Let's rephrase the words. Okay, let's go to self-discovery and choose discovering oneself. We have changed it. So if you don't want any particular sentence from the former text to be represented, all you have to do once you paraphrase it is to go through it and begin to change it right into words that are closer, into the several synonyms that you might be given as options. Okay, so we'll go ahead and copy this and then we paste it here. Okay, so I don't need to make this video necessarily long. So all you have to do is you do it for the introduction, you paste everything, you go to chapter 1, you do the same thing, you paste it all. Now you can paste longer content, right? You don't have to do it very short. In as much as I say you shouldn't paste long content, doesn't mean that it has to be short. You can paste up to 2,000 words at a time and you can paraphrase it perfectly. Okay, let me copy this whole words at once and see. Let's see if all this will go. You can paste up to 2,000 words and it can still paraphrase it at a time. But sometimes when you paste in too much words, it will begin to misbehave, right? If I paraphrase it to a certain point and it might stop paraphrasing it. That's why I should stick to between 1,500 to probably 2,000 to 2,500 words. Okay, so paste. What is it? Paste is here. Paraphrase. Now remember, this was our introduction. We'll go ahead and create our chapter 1. Break the page. Chapter 1. Okay. Oh, the number of words we are trying to paraphrase is 1,649. Okay. So you can copy this. Now look at on the left hand side, the original text we imputed had 1,649 words. The new text that Quickbot has generated has 1,562 words, which means it has taken out almost 100 words out of it. So we'll go here, you paste it in. Right, so you can do this for your introduction, chapter 1 down to whatever number of chapters you have. Make sure you paraphrase every single thing. You can play around with these different modes. You can use standard, you can use natural, you can use formal. If you're writing a book that you want to sound more academic, you can use academic. Then we also have custom, right? You can customize it. So for example, now I can say I want to sound like a psychologist, right? So what will happen is Quickbot will now paraphrase that content to sound like, or to sound as if it was written by a psychologist, or to sound as if the text is a psychological text. So you can use custom, but most times I don't use custom. I use fluency then I increase the synonyms. That bar for synonym, I increase it, and then I'm good to go. Okay, so you can play around with it. You can even shorten it if you want the content that you copied. If you want to shorten it, you can say click on shorten. It will shorten it for you. You can say, okay, if you don't want to shorten it, if you want it if you want it to expand it, you can say what, expand. You can expand it for you and make sure that the number of words are even more than the ones you have already. So you can play around with several of these tools and see which one works for you. You can change your English to the UK or the US, right? You change your English to the, since the market we are working with is the US, or the market we are targeting is predominantly the US. Your English should be set to the US. Okay, so Quill would also have other tools aside the paraphrasing tool. We'll have the summarizer, we'll have the plagiarism checker, we'll have the grammar checker, etc, etc. So you can also find a way to play with some of these tools. You can find a way to play with some of these tools and check them out, right? I basically use two of these tools here. I use the plagiarism checker once in a while, or majorly the tool I use here on Quill is just the paraphraser. That's what I use. So make sure you enter all your content and make sure you enter your content and paraphrase every single thing right from the introduction down to the last chapter or the conclusion. Once that is done, it takes us to the next step or to the next phase of creating our content. We have talked about how to use Quillbot to paraphrase the content you have gotten from Chatgpt. Okay, that was the content of our last class, or our last class. Okay, so how to use Quillbot to paraphrase the content you have gotten from Chatgpt. And I told you the reason why it's important to paraphrase the content you have gotten from Chatgpt. The reason is because you want your book to be unique. You don't want your book to just be entirely AI generated content directly like that. You want the content of your book to be unique and not to be too generic. So first of all, there are a few processes you have to follow. The first one is to paraphrase what you have gotten from ChatGPT using Quillbot. And I told you I would advise you to get a premium version of Quillbot, right? The premium version gives you a lot of opportunities to play around with the words the way you want. You could use fluency, you could use standard. When it gets to these modes here, you could decide to shorten it. You can increase the synonyms, you could switch it up, increase it or reduce it, right? It gives you opportunity to play with words and have unique content. Okay, so I think Quillbot for a month should be around $4 to $5 a month. It's not expensive. Is an investment I would advise you to really make. There's a free version you can use, but the free version is very limited. You can't paste more than 150 or 20 words. You can't paraphrase more than 150 words at a time in the free version, which is going to waste your time a lot. If you want to be able to create a book a day, imagine paraphrasing just 100 words at a time, and you have a book that has 50,000 words. How long are you going to? So I think it's worth it. You need to get Quillbot Premium. That's what I have to say for this. So the next step is, what we are going to be looking at in this section of the course is how to edit your book. Now we have looked at how to use AI to generate your content. Now the next, we have looked at how to also use AI to paraphrase it, which is using Quillbot Premium. The next step now is where the rubber meets the road, right? Where you have to do some editing on your own to make your book more unique. Okay, so we go to document. This is what we have gotten from Quillbot. So now what you have to do here is just plain and simple, right? You have to go through the text and edit it thoroughly. You have to edit it thoroughly. When I say thoroughly, I mean you should settle down and go through it paragraph by paragraph, sentence by sentence, and edit it carefully, right? While you're editing, check for spelling errors, check for punctuation, grammar errors. Make sure your paragraph isn't more than 3 to 4 sentences. Keep your paragraph short. What it means is books that have longer paragraphs, especially non-fictional books where the paragraphs are too many, gets boring over time as your reader begins to read, right? So, but if your book is broken down into 4 to 5 paragraphs, or 3 to 4 to 5. Sorry, if your paragraph is broken down into 3 to 4 sentences, before your reader get bored, they meet a new paragraph and they continue. But if the paragraph is just too long, it gets boring, right? So your paragraph shouldn't be more than 3 to 4 sentences, or maybe maximum 5 sentences per paragraph, right? Then use subheadings after every 4 to 5 paragraphs. And you shouldn't just keep accumulating paragraphs. Your book might be boring. Just after every 4 to 5 paragraphs, introduce a subheading and continue. Okay, so let me show you what I mean. Okay, so let's begin to edit. The introduction. Understanding puberty in males is an important component of adolescent development, since it involves a sequence of physical, emotional, and hormonal changes that signal the shift from childhood to maturity. So we have to rewrite this. Okay, we have to rewrite this. We have to state that it's important to understand. Now watch. It's important to understand. Remember, the title of our book is Puberty in Boys, right? It's important to understand puberty in boys. Because it's an important component of adolescent development, which involves a sequence of physical. It's important to understand puberty in boys because it's an important component of adolescent development, which all boys will experience. Are you getting it? You experience. This development involves a sequence of physical. If you want to change the word sequence, you could say a series. You can say series of physical, emotional, and hormonal changes that signal a shift from childhood to maturity. It usually, let's cut out this transformation and say start from. It usually begins between the ages of 9 and 14. However, it can vary greatly from person to person. However, its onset can vary greatly from one child, from person to person. Yes. Now, listen. You see what we did? We have re-edited what we got from Quillbot. Instead of using what we got from Quillbot directly, we have re-edited it to make more sense and to have a human feel to it, which is very important, because it is not AI that is going to be reading your book. It is human beings, and you want to make your book to have a human feel, so that when they are reading your book, that is not just so that there will be flow. The flow of thought to be cool. Not when they are reading, then they know that this content was generated using AI. Right? Imagine this first paragraph. Anybody who reads it might not know it was generated using AI. And what did it take us to just edit it out? It didn't take us more. So now I said the introduction. It's important to understand puberty in boys because it's an important component of adolescent development, which all boys will experience. Right? You can even change this will to must experience, which all boys must experience. This development involves a series of physical, emotional, and hormonal changes that signal a shift from childhood to maturity rather. Okay, it usually begins within the ages of 9 and 14. However, its onset can vary greatly from person to person. Are you seeing how human-like it feels and how it's flowing? Let's go to the second paragraph. One of the most apparent changes throughout puberty is the growth spurt. Let's change it to one vital change during puberty. One vital change during puberty. During puberty is the growth spurt, in which one vital change during puberty is the growth spurt in which males endure a fast rise, or males, instead of saying males endure, let's say boys. Instead of using males, we can use boys. In which boys, instead of using endure, we can change it to experience. In which boys experience, or witness, we can say witness. In which boys witness a fast rise in height and weight as their bodies undergo considerable. Instead of using considerable, we can say dramatic. Change the word considerable to dramatic. Dramatic changes to prepare. Dramatic changes to prepare them. Let's say them, prepare them for adulthood. This growth is powered by hormones like testosterone, which are principally responsible. Testosterone, which, instead of saying which, I can say which is primarily responsible for the development of secondary sexual characteristics. Are you seeing how we have changed this second paragraph to also have a human feel? So if someone is reading the book and starts from the beginning, it's important to understand puberty in boys because it's an important component of the adolescent development which all boys must experience. This development involves a series of physical, emotional, and hormonal changes that signal a shift from childhood to maturity. It usually begins within the ages of 9 and 14. However, its onset can vary greatly from person to person. Second paragraph. One vital change during puberty is the growth spurt, in which boys witness a fast rise in height and weight as their bodies undergo dramatic changes to prepare them for adulthood. This growth is powered by hormones like testosterone, which is primarily responsible for the development of secondary sexual characteristics. Are you seeing how the human feel it has? Right? Nobody will read these two paragraphs and begin to complain that they don't understand what the book is trying to, what the author is trying to talk about. No, now it has a human feel to it. Let's do the same thing with the third paragraph. Secondary sexual characteristics are physical changes that distinguish males from girls. Boys, instead of using males, let's send the males to boys from girls. It includes, instead of saying such as, let's say it includes changes such as deepening of the voice, growth of facial and body hair, and development of the Adam's apple. Right? These changes are frequently followed by an increase in oil production, resulting in acne outbreaks, which may be frustrating for many boys. That's also we have done with the third paragraph, that's good to go. Then the fourth paragraph. Along with these physical changes, boys, instead of using males, we can still use boys. Let's change it to boys. Boys go through emotional and psychological upheavals as psychological. Instead of using upheaval, let's use changes. Psychological stress. Instead of using upheaval, let's change it to stress. Along with these physical changes, boys go through emotional and psychological stress as they traverse the intricacies of puberty. Hormonal variations can cause smooth things. This changes in hormone This is a hormone. It's the hormonal variation. Now remember, you are writing puberty book for boys, so which means parents who have male children or boys can read this book. They can also buy this book for their kids, which are boys, also read. So you want to avoid using words that are not, write in a way that even a 10-year-old will understand, right? Because the onset of puberty is from 9, so write in a way that even a 9-year-old will understand what you're writing about. So that's why I'm trying to make it as simple as I can. Changes in hormone can cause let's remove this variation. Can cause mood swings, elevated, instead of using elevated, we can say increased emotions. Increase emotions and enhanced sensitivity. It is natural for boys, instead of saying males. It is natural for boys. This hormones is supposed to be small later. It is natural for boys to be self-conscious about their developing bodies and have concerns about their appearance during this stage of their lives. Okay, so yeah, since so we have done the first paragraph, second paragraph, third paragraph, fourth paragraph. Like I told you that each paragraph shouldn't be more than 3 to 4 sentences or 5 sentences max. Now the first paragraph has how many sentences? 1. So the first full stop is 1, second full stop is 2. Now the first paragraph has only 3 sentences, and look how short and straight to the point it is. Second paragraph has 2 sentences. Look how straight to the point it is. The third one has 2 sentences. The fourth one has 2, 3, 1, 2. The fourth one has 3 sentences, and look at how. So this is how short you want to keep your paragraph so that it won't bore your reader out. Your reader won't be bored. So at least 3 to 4 sentences per paragraph. Then after every 4 to 5 paragraphs, you introduce a subheading. So for example, now this is 1, 2, 3, 4 paragraphs. I can introduce a subheading. I can say something like boys and sexuality. Remember, I say writing the introduction. Yes, you can introduce subheadings into your introduction. Boys and sexuality. Then you can start with puberty also signals the emergence of sexual impulses and wants as boys begin to explore their sexuality and acquire love interest. So the way you know the subheading that you're going to use is to look at the first paragraph, look at what it's talking about, then what the necessary subheading that you're supposed to put there. For example, this first paragraph there is talking about sexual maturity, like sexual impulses in boys. So definitely it's boys and what sexuality. Then you continue after like 4 to 5 paragraphs, you introduce another subheading to make it more interesting and make it easier to read and to avoid making your book boring. Are you getting it? This might not be the conventional approach to creating non-fiction books, where I have used it to write several books and it has worked for me and I've gotten amazing reviews. Okay, nobody cares how your book is structured. What they care about is the ease of flow, the experience when reading it, and how easy it is to understand. Okay, and if you want to do that, you have to follow this step or follow these ideas I've given you. Let me go back again and show you. I said number 1, you have to edit it thoroughly like I've been doing. Check for spelling errors, punctuation, grammar errors. Make sure your paragraph isn't more than make sure you don't have more than 3 to 4 sentences in a paragraph. Keep your paragraph short, right? Use subheadings after every 4 to 5 paragraphs, right? So because of our time, I wouldn't edit everything I have here because it will take our time, but all I wanted you to know is just to understand what I mean by editing it thoroughly and making it have a human feel, and then using subheadings, which I've also done. So the next thing you have to do now is to check for plagiarism. Yes, you have to check for plagiarism, okay, which is very, very important. If you publish a book that's full of plagiarism on the Amazon platform, your account will get terminated. Yes, let me say that again. If you publish a book that's full of plagiarism on Amazon, your account will get terminated, right? In fact, the way Amazon loves terminating accounts, you don't even want to make mistakes with plagiarism, because you might just wake up one morning when your book is beginning to gain a lot of momentum that your account has been terminated because they realize that it has violated whatever content guidelines they have. And I also advise at this point that it's important that if you want to start your journey to Amazon, it's important you go online to read some of the Amazon content guidelines. Okay, in a section of this course I'll review some of those guidelines with you, but I might not be able to exhaust them all. It's something you can find online just via a simple Google search, or go to YouTube. There are several videos there, right, on how to understand some of these content guidelines and avoid getting into trouble with Amazon. One of the content guidelines is to make sure your book is not filled with plagiarism. Okay, and so this content we have written now, we have to check it for plagiarism to see whether it's something we can publish. So how do you check for plagiarism? There are several tools you can use to check for plagiarism online, several paid and free tools, but there are a number of free tools I use. One of them is a site called One Text plagiarism checker. Yes, this is it. One Text plagiarism checker. So we go to our document, you copy, the first 4 paragraphs, and we check for plagiarism. You paste it here, and then you check for plagiarism. One Text also have a free version and a paid version, but this is the free version I'm using. If you want to be able to paste more text, right, you can use opt for the paid version. Look at what I said. I say your plagiarism should be less than 10%, and it's better with no plagiarism at all. And one of the things you have to understand is some of these plagiarism tools are not 100% correct. Some of the times, some of these plagiarism tools might not be 100% some of the time. So you can use several plagiarism tools or checkers. Let's use another one. Plagiarism checker. You can even use Grammarly. Let's use Grammarly and see. Paste our content here. Scan for plagiarism. Look at what it says. We have found. Look at what it says. It says we have found plagiarism in your text and have also detected 9 writing issues. Well, it's good to go. You can use this text now the way it is like this. The reason why I say you can use it is because I told you that I told you that the plagiarism in your text shouldn't be more than 10%. Yes. So there might be maybe there might be 1 or 3 sentences in your in the content of your book that might be similar to the content of an article online somewhere, right? Yeah, that one might not do you much harm. But in the situation whereby you paste your content and Grammarly tells you that we have found significant, because yes, Grammarly can also indicate if there's a lot of plagiarism in your text. Grammarly will say we have found significant plagiarism in your text. In that case, you have to rewrite that particular text again. But if it says we have found plagiarism, definitely maybe it's just 1 or 2 short sentences, right, which will not harm your book, right? It won't harm your book. But if it says we have found significant plagiarism, you definitely have to rewrite it. And this is the free version. Also, you can opt for the paid version. I think it comes with better tools for you to check plagiarism on Grammarly. Let's go back to this. Onetext.com is still checking for plagiarism. Let's wait a little bit. It takes time. Let's check another tool. Right, there's another tool, plagiarism checker. There are several tools. Yes, let's check out smallsco2s.com. It has a plagiarism checker. Okay, let's paste that text here. This is also the free version. You can opt for the pro version, right? The pro version is $5. So if you can afford $5, you can opt for the pro version. It comes with better gives you better options. Let's check with plagiarism. Yes, I'm human, of course. Let's wait a little bit. It will soon load. It's checking for plagiarism. Okay, you can see where it says our text is 100% what unique, right? Our text is 100% what unique, which means there's no plagiarism. Of course, there might be one or two sentences that might be similar to an article online somewhere, but that doesn't have any effect on it. Like I told you, from when we checked to using Grammarly. Okay, so you can go ahead and use this text. Let's detect for AI. It also has an option where you can detect for AI. Let's detect for AI. AI written content detector. Let's check if it will say the content was human generated or AI generated. Detect AI content. Okay, so look at what it says. It says that our content was 99.98 human written content and 0.02 AI written content. Are you getting it? So in as much as we used AI, because you used Scribble to paraphrase, and then you also we edited it thoroughly by changing the way the words were arranged and like writing it in our own, writing it in a way that it will have a human feel, right? It has passed the test for AI generated content. Now it says it's 99.98% human content, but you and I know that almost 100%, almost 90% of it was AI generated content. So that's what I'm talking about. Then let's go back to one text. Okay, so one text.com says that our text has is 57.19% unique, and which means it has the plagiarism is 43%, and they highlighted the parts of our text that they highlighted parts of our text that they think are plagiarized. Okay, so this these places highlighted are just parts of our text that we have found in some articles online. Let's say there are articles online that have these 3 words together, that have these 4 same words together. There are articles online that have several of these words arranged the way these are arranged here together. So that's what, and they give us several links to some of these sites. Okay, like I said, there's no way you are going to write your content that a sentence wouldn't, one of the sentences in your text wouldn't be similar to something online somewhere. As long as you are not copying an article online and pasting it in your book and trying to upload it directly, definitely you might experience that. So you have 2 options here. What you can do is you can edit it here. You can see go through, you can see reread the content and try to change some of these words and use maybe similar synonyms, or you can go ahead and use the text like that. Like I said, you can go ahead and either use the text, or you can just look at where it has more dense highlights, where it is highlighted for at length like this. You can change, maybe come to the middle here and change this text. You come here, you change the text, you change one of the text here, you come here, you change one, then you break it. It will reduce the number of the plagiarism. I get in it. Now you can go ahead to use it. You can still use it, right? Look at the first one. You can still use it. Okay, and if you don't want to use it like this, there are several times I've done it and it said 50% plagiarism free or 50% unique, and I've used it and it works, right? The reason is because Amazon also know that at least a few sentences might be in your book might be similar to a content somewhere online, or you might also quote a content somewhere online. But what I do is if you decide to use this content now, make sure your next content doesn't have this level of plagiarism. So let's say if you use this, the next content you're going to pay should have, let's say, should be 80% plagiarism free, or 90% plagiarism free, or 100% plagiarism free. Okay, when it's like that. But if all your books are like, if all the content in your book are 57% unique, you might end up with a lot of plagiarism. But if it's just this, it won't cause a lot of harm, because definitely a few sentences that look similar to something online will not harm your book. Okay, but make sure they are not all below 57. But the uniqueness are not all below 57. Make sure it is a mix of 100, 90, 80, 90, 100, 75. It's a mix like that. Okay, if you do that, you are good to go. Remember, I told you these several plagiarism tools can give several results. For example, Grammarly said they have found plagiarism, which might be maybe a few sentences like that they saw. Small AI tool says our content was 100% unique. Maybe it feels that the fact that a few sentences, or the fact that a few words in our book is similar to something, a blog article somewhere online, it's not important, because the whole content wasn't copied. That's why it told us that our content was unique. We have also detected for AI, they say it is 99.98% human written. Okay, so I think we are good to go. So if you have checked it like that, you can go ahead to say, okay, you can use this text. You move ahead to the next one, you copy the next one, and then you paste it again, right? You don't need to use all the plagiarism tools to check for plagiarism. Just pick one that you feel you are comfortable with. If you are comfortable with Grammarly, use Grammarly. If you are comfortable with the small SEO tools, use that. If you are comfortable with one text, focus and use that of one text and just check it out. You do the same thing repeat it the way we did it for these 4 paragraphs. Copy it and do the same thing for all your text to check for the level of plagiarism in your text. And if after checking you realize that all your text has serious plagiarism, you can still go back and paraphrase your entire book using Quillbot again. But this time around, you can use another option, right? So you can come and let's say you can come to Quillbot. Yes, Quillbot. And then there are several options that you can use. There are several modes here: standard, fluency. Remember, we use fluency, right? So if after paraphrasing and doing it and you realize that it has come up with several plagiarisms, you can opt for this option here, creative. This creative tends to write your content in a way that seems almost totally different from what you have already. So you can opt for this option, this creative. Use creative again, edit it thoroughly by yourself, and check it with the plagiarism tool. Most likely it will pass the plagiarism test. Okay, so after you have checked for plagiarism and you are good to go, the next step is to format your book, or format the content of your book. You check the font size, and you create the table of contents. Okay, so let's format it. We'll highlight it. The font, remember this is I'm using Windows, so this is MS Word. So whatever system you are using, use the Word document for that system and find out how to use it to format. So our text, let's use Georgia. Font size, let's use 12. Let's justify it. Let's justify. Okay, let's justify. You see, okay, so you see, you come here like this, boys and sexuality, you go down. So you see boys and sexuality. Are you seeing it? So that's how you begin to format it. You change the text, font style, font size, you justify it, then you begin to work on it. You do it for all your text. You do it for all your text. All you have to do, if it appears like this, you come here, click enter. It has aligned. You come here, you clean this. So this is how you edit your text. Okay, this is how you edit it. This is how you format it. Then after all that, after you have done this for all the text in your book, now you can make this bold. These subheadings, make the subheadings bold. Make the subheadings bold. Introduction, make the introduction bold. Make it bold. Make the subheadings bold. And then you make sure you do the same thing for all your text, right? All your text. After you have done that, let me do something here. Let me do something. Let's say this is our chapter 2. I want to show you how. Let's say this is our chapter 2. Let's go up. This is our chapter 1. Chapter 1. So you go to insert, you click page break, you break each chapters, break each chapter. Chapter 2, we apply page break, break it. You do the same thing for all your chapters, right? Let's say this is chapter 3. Let's say this is chapter 3. So this is chapter 3. Chapter 3. Let's say we'll have chapter 4 here. Page break. Okay, let's say we'll have 4 chapters. Remember, you have to edit it the way I've said it. You make sure you highlight everything, change the font style. You can choose whatever font style you want, but the font style I use is Georgia. So you can change the font style. After changing the font style, you can change the font size. Then you justify it and begin to edit it to make sure it's all well aligned, like I've done. Okay. Then after that, the next thing you have to do. What's the next thing here? After that, the next thing you have to do is to create a table of contents. If you don't have a table of content and you upload your book on Amazon will reject it. Okay, so to create a table of content, you put your cursor before the beginning of each chapter. Put your cursor before the beginning of each chapter, like we put our cursor before this I, at the front of this I. Then you go to any of this heading. You can use heading 1 or 2. Let's use heading 1, right? Then we'll go to chapter 1. You highlight both this chapter 1 and boys and sexuality. You click on heading 1. You go to chapter 2, the same thing. You click heading 1. Make sure you are clicking the same. You are using the same headings for all the chapters. If not, by the time you want to create your table of contents, it wouldn't come out well. So chapter 3, the same thing. Yes, chapter 4. I thought we created chapter 4 also. Okay, chapter 4, you do the same thing. After you have done that, now it's time to create your table of content. So you come here, insert, you break the page. You need a couple of pages, so let's say you break the page. You go to references. You come to table of contents. You choose any of this automatic table 1 or 2. You choose between automatic table 1 or 2. Let's choose 2, and there you have it. You have your table of contents. Now you can use this to navigate your book. Use this to navigate your book. Now you have your table of contents. Okay, so after you have gotten your table of contents, the next step is to format your book for paperback. right? Now, if you're going to be inserting your book, uploading your paper, creating a paperback version of your book, you need to follow the Amazon guidelines, right? If you are only going to be creating the Kindle version of your book, you don't need to format it for paperback. All you have to do is make sure your book has table of contents, and you upload. And if you upload it, Amazon will accept it, and it will be good. It will be good to go. But if your book doesn't have a well-arranged table of contents like this, the way I just did it, Amazon will reject your book. But if you are going to be uploading paperback, you have to do further formatting, right? And here's just a quick tip: paperbacks sell 80% of the times more than the Kindle version of the books, right? It's something a lot of people have said. It's something I've experienced. 80% of all the sales I've gotten from Amazon came from 80 to 85 or 90% of all the sales I've gotten came from paperback. People still love to hold their products in their hands. Are you getting it? So make sure your book always has a paperback version and also an ebook version. If possible, also create a hard cover version or a hardback. I've not created a hardback version or hardcover version before, but I have paperbacks. All my books have paperbacks, and 80 to 85% of all my sales have always come from the paperback version. So make sure you create paperback version of all your books, right? So if you're only going to be uploading for Kindle for the Kindle version, this is enough. You don't need to do anything again. After you have created your table of content, added the copyright information. The copyright information is in books. It's no big deal. You can use Chatgpt to create it, or you can just look up any book and see how the copyright information was written. Copyright 2024, blah 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 blah. All rights reserved. No part of this book should be edited, changed, or sent. Blah blah blah. You remember, you add it here. The title of your book. We'll get to the part where we'll talk about writing the title of your book, or how to create title of your book. We haven't come to that yet. Then you add the title and you upload, and you're good to go. Okay. But if you want to create paperback version of your book, there's a template online that you can use to format it, right? All you have to do is just go online, search for paperback templates KDP on Google. You'll see several options. When you click this first option here, Amazon has provided a template that you can use. All you have to do is download it. When you come here, this template, when you click on download, it will give you download. You'll be able to download a zip file. The zip file will look, when you open that zip file, this zip file you're going to download here, when you open it on your system, you're going to have something like this. You're going to have something like this. So all you have to do is you click here. You click here. Why is it not responding? Okay, let me paperback. You click here. Now you look for the English. Now this is Italian, Netherlands. Look for the English.zip. You open it. It's been a while I used it's been a few weeks I used it. Why is it not opening? Let's give it a minute and see what happens. Okay, let's try and download a new one. Let's download a new one. Let's download a new one. It's downloading. Let's give it a few seconds. I think my network is somehow kind of slow at the moment, but let's give it at least a minute. Remember, like I said in one section of this course, if you find the course too slow for you, all you have to do is increase the playback speed while listening to the course. You increase it to 1.5 or 2. You'll be able to still hear what I'm saying, and you would save more time. That's what when I listen to courses, I hardly listen to it the way in the original playback speed. Normally use 1.5 or 2 as my playback speed. Speed up the play, and I still understand everything the creator the creator is trying to say, or the teacher is trying to teach. I think my network is poor at the moment, but let's give it a few seconds. Let's give it a few more seconds. Okay, it's downloaded, so let's go ahead and open it. Okay, English. Okay, so it has opened. Right now, here what you see here are the various sizes of paperback books on Amazon. So we have the 5x8 inch, we have the 5.5, we have 5.6. well, depending on the further down you go, as you go through these sizes, the bigger the book. So definitely the book is 8.27 times 11.69 will be bigger than a book is 5x8. A 5x8 book is just a very small book that looks like a handbook, the size of a handbook. Okay, the size of most non-fiction books are 6x9 inches. So you can decide to use that, or you can decide to use 5.25. So what I use 6x9 most times, and I use 5.25 also, depending on the content of my book. Okay, so let's try and use 6x9 and see. You click it, you open it. All you have to do, clean this up, go to your content, then you copy your content, highlight it, copy it, then you come and paste it here as it is. You come and paste it in this box the way it has been given to you from that template. You paste it here, paste it here. You can see it is already formatted our book. You paste it here. Don't worry, I'm going to arrange it. You paste it here. Okay, it has even arranged our table of contents. So when you want to organize your table of contents, when you do it and your table of content appears like this, what you have to do is you go back to references, go to where it says custom table of contents, go to where it says simple, click it. Now you see your table of contents. Wait, let's go back. There's something I didn't do. Okay, here you have it. Here you have your table of contents. So all you have to do is go to contents, go to custom table of contents, go to simple, yes, click on right align page numbers, choose simple. Okay, you have your table of contents like this. Okay, the table of contents will be broken down like this. That's it. You have your table of contents, and with this you can upload it on then you come here. Here's where we have our introduction. You can break this down. Yes, okay, so that there'll be space like this. Introduction is coming together. Okay, then we'll go to chapter 1. You do the same thing for all. Come here, bring it down. You do the same thing for all the chapters of the book. Make sure they are well aligned. After everything, then you number the pages. To number the pages, you go to insert, page number. Where do you want to put it? I usually put mine at the bottom, so you choose bottom. You come here again to this place where I say page number again. You click it, bottom, choose the same thing. The paperback book has been numbered. Okay, it has been numbered. So you do, after you edit it, make sure it is well edited, arrange it, number it. After you have numbered it, you save it, then you upload it in your paper. Upload it when you get to the part of when you're uploading your book and they ask you to upload your paperback document. This is the one you're going to upload, the one that you are formatted using this template. It's not this. If you upload this, it wouldn't work. Amazon will reject it. So you have to upload, you have to rename this and upload it. Okay, the one that you created using this template, this is what you are going to upload. So I think this course is quite lengthy, so I think let's stop here for now. Okay, so these are some of the things you have to do when editing your book. I said you edit thoroughly, you check for plagiarism, you format the book, create your table of contents, then you format for Kindle and paperback or whatever, or hardback or hardcover. Okay, so thank you for your time. See you in the next class, or see you in the next section of the course. In the last section of this course, we have already looked at how to edit your content to make it to pass the plagiarism test, how to edit your content so that when your readers are reading it, they will enjoy the flow, not to copy and paste the content you get directly from Chatgpt and then upload it as a book. No. Okay, now in this section of the course, you're going to be looking at how to craft a compelling book title. Now, regardless of what your content looks like, right, you can have the best content in the world in your book. If you miss it when it gets to the title of your book will never sell on Amazon. Titles are very important on Amazon KDP, right? Titles are very important, and the reason why titles are very important is because titles are how your books get ranked on Amazon. And I'm going to be showing you how to actually write compelling titles that will sell your books on Amazon. So let's get right into it. Number 1, avoid sounding too smart by using unique or rare keywords. Right, so when you are trying to create your title on Amazon, avoid sounding too smart by using unique or rare words. Some people might like to use big words, big words. You know, big words. Your readers or customers don't care about big words. All they want is to see that the keywords in the title is describing the problem they have, or is offering a solution to a problem they have. That's all they care about. Nobody cares about how smart you are or the number of big words you have put into the title. Nobody cares about that. Your customers don't care about that, right? So avoid sounding too smart by using words that are not familiar or popular, are not familiar or popular. You don't expect people to pick up a dictionary to check a dictionary when trying to buy your book. So look, okay, what's the meaning of this word that just appeared in this book? Let me check the meaning out in the dictionary and then come back to the book and buy it. Nobody has that time. Okay, so avoid sounding too smart by using unique or rare words. Number 2, use your best keywords in your title and subtitle. This will enable your book to rank. Okay, now let's go back to the keywords. Remember the keyword we selected back then? We said we are writing a book. We are writing a book on. The book we are working on is a book on puberty for boys, and these were some of the keywords we got. Puberty book for boys, books for boys 8 to 12, puberty books for boys 8 to 12 Christian, puberty books for boys with autism, books about puberty for 10 to 11-year-old boys. So these are some of the keywords we got. Now, when creating the title of your book, you have to make sure that the title of your book includes the basic keywords here, right? You can't just go ahead to pick up any title off your head. No, the title and subtitle of your book must involve or must include these keywords that you are seeing here if you want your book to rank. Okay, so that's what I mean by when I said that you should use your best keywords in your title and subtitle. Now, using your best keywords means you go through. There was something I forgot to add when I was doing this keyword. Putting these keywords down. I should have put down what I call the strengths of the keywords, right? Keywords that have more lower bestseller ranks will come out at the top. Those that have, let's say, if puberty books for boys 8 to 12 has more books with lower bestseller rank than puberty books for boys with autism, right? It means puberty books for boys 8 to 12 will rank higher than puberty books for boys with autism. So that would be number one. So when I'm trying to create the title of my book, it is important I use puberty books for boys 8 to 12 because it has better BSR, and a book with that title is more likely to sell than this. Okay, so that's what I mean by using your best keywords in your title and subtitle. Remember, I said you should have at least 10 keywords because you're going to need 7 keywords at the back. And when you're uploading your book, Amazon is going to ask you to impute 7 keywords aside the keywords you're going to use in your title and subtitle. So books for boys with autism, or books with lower keyword strength or ranking strength. Sorry, the keywords with lower ranking strength can be put into your 7 backend keyword, while the best ones can come in your title and subtitle. That's what I mean by using your best keywords in your title and subtitle. The third step there is to avoid using trademark or copyrighted words. Avoid using trademark or copyrighted words. For example, words like for dummies, Disney. Okay, there are several words that are already trademarked, right? So let's say we are creating a book for puberty in boys. If you write a title like puberty, you write the title like puberty for dummies, or you write puberty in dummies, puberty in boys for dummies, your book is likely going to get blocked. The reason is because for dummies is a trademarked title. It is trademarked, okay? Or you use the word Disney. Now, one way you can check if a title is trademarked is to go to, there's a particular website I think the website is hosted by the US government that lists words that are trademarked. Okay, let's check it out. It's called USPTO. Let's check it. Let's go there. USP. Yes, this is it. USPTO trademark search. You click it. No, this is it. It's this one. So here we are. You type in for dummies and search and see what comes up. Now this isn't the site I'm looking for. I'm coming. Let's check out. I think it should be this. Let's check out this. No, this was the one we just checked out. It's not this. Okay. What is that? Okay, let's check this out. Let's check this out. It seems the website has been revamped. Or okay, let's check this out. I wanted to just show you an example of a trademarked word and why you should avoid words that are trademarked. Okay, so let's search for dummies. No. I'm not getting. I don't think this is. Let me check something. Just give me a minute. Okay, I've gotten it. This is it. Okay, you click here. We enter our search term, which is for what? For dummies. We click search. Now begin to go through. You go through it. You go. Yes, I've seen what I'm looking for. Now you see where it says for dummies. Now this keyword, this word for dummies is live, which means the trademark is active and it is registered. Look at the description. It says books, catalogs, brochures, pamphlets in the field of blah blah blah. Now what it means is that if you use this keyword for dummies in your title or your subtitle, your book is likely to be blocked by Amazon, because this company is going to file a report reporting your book for what? Copyright or trademark infringement. Okay, so avoid words that are trademarked or copyrighted. Now let's check for the word Disney. Let's check for the word Disney. You see, the word Disney is also registered, this trademarked. So if you use the word Disney in your title or your subtitle, your book is likely to be banned or blocked. In fact, you stand a chance of losing your account if you are not careful, because the way Amazon blocks account when you infringe on people's trademark is crazy. So you want to avoid that. So like I said, avoid using trademark or copyrighted words. So any word you want to use in your title, you have to come over to this place, impute it in here to make sure that it is not a trademarked word. Okay, so number 4, avoid using banned words on KDP. Now the truth is, although KDP doesn't have a comprehensive list of banned words, but there are words you should try to rephrase or stay away from as much as possible from the word. For example, using words like sex in your title or subtitle on your backend keyword, using word that is anything anti-LGBTQ, any words with a lot of profanity. Just you can make a simple search on Google on words to avoid in your title and subtitle on Amazon. You see a list of several words, right? So try as much as you can to avoid some of these words if you don't want your book to get banned. Okay, number 5, don't use words that are prohibited by KDP. Now there are some words that are already prohibited by KDP. Words like Amazon, which means you are not expected to use the word Amazon in your title or subtitle, right? You're not expected to use the word Kindle in your title or subtitle. You're not expected to insert or use the word KDP in your title or subtitle. You're not KDP select rather. You're not expected to use the word Kindle Unlimited in your title or subtitle or even in your backend keyword. You're not expected to use the words bestseller. Let's say you want to write a book. We are writing a book on puberty for boys. Now you now write bestseller puberty book for boys. No, Amazon will definitely block your book or even your account. Okay, you are not allowed to use the word free. So there are several of these words. A quick search on Google will show you some of these words, and it's important you familiarize yourself with some of these words to keep your account safe. Okay, the 6th point here is to avoid keyword stuffing. Keyword stuffing simply means putting too many keywords in your title and subtitle. Now let's go back to where we have our keywords. So this is our keywords, and let's say you want to craft a title. Now instead of just crafting a simple title, you want to make sure that you input all the 8 keywords that you have inside your title and subtitle, which leads to repetition of keywords. That's what is called keyword stuffing. You begin to repeat the keywords, right? It's called keyword stuffing. You don't need to jam all the keywords you have together. All you have to do, like I told you, use your best keywords in your title and subtitle. The remaining keywords, put it in your backend, in your backend when you're uploading your book. Okay, that's that. And that's point number 4. Avoid keyword stuffing. Point number 7, avoid keyword cannibalization. Keyword cannibalization simply means repeating the exact same keywords in your title and subtitle and backend keywords. So let's say you are lazy, and instead of carrying out proper research, you just got only one keyword, and the keyword you got was puberty books for boys 8 to 12, right? So you title of your book, you use the keywords puberty books for boys 8 to 12. In your subtitle, you use the keywords puberty books for boys 8 to 12. In your 7 backend keywords, where you're supposed to input 7 different keywords, you use this keyword all through, puberty books for boys 8 to 12. It's called keyword cannibalization. Your book is more of like trying to rank on different rank for a single keyword from different angles, which is wrong, and Amazon might actually end up blocking your book or your account. Okay, so avoid keyword cannibalization. That's why you have to do proper research and get as many keywords as you can. Like I say, have at least 8 to 10 keywords. 8 to 10 keywords, because you use 2 of the keywords in your title and subtitle. The remaining 7 will be used in your backend keywords. 7 backend keywords. Number 8, don't add extra fluff to the keyword. Extra fluff means adding too many words to the keyword. Let's say okay, let's craft a title. So what's the major keyword here? The major keyword here is what? The word puberty, boys. Those are the major keywords here: puberty and boys. Okay, so extra fluff here simply means saying something like amazing using words like unique and amazing puberty guide for boys. This unique and amazing is unnecessary. It's just too much fluff, right? You are just trying to pad it up, and what it will do is that it will weaken these 2 keywords, this puberty and boys. It will weaken it. So it's important, or it's better you just use a simple adjective that describes the word puberty or describe the word boys, and you are good to go. Don't add too many fluff. We are going to get to that. Don't add too many fluff. Then Like I said, your titles should be straight to the point. Number nine, avoid spelling mistakes and wrong punctuation. Avoid spelling mistakes and wrong punctuation, right? There's nothing that drive customers away or potential readers or buyers away than spelling mistakes. Imagine if I'm scrolling through Amazon, or imagine you are scrolling through Amazon, you want to buy a book, and then you see a book you like, but in the title there's a mistake in the spellings. If an author can be so careless to make a mistake in the spelling, then it means there will be a lot of typographical error even in the text itself within the book. Okay, so even if you are going to make a few typographical errors, it shouldn't be in your title and subtitle. Okay, so avoid spelling mistakes and also avoid wrong punctuation. It just speaks volumes. Spelling mistakes and wrong punctuation speaks volumes about the authority that the book holds. Okay, number 10, avoid incorrect capitalization. Avoid incorrect capitalization. So the way I capitalize the title of my book is I capitalize every word except for conjunctions, right? So which means I start. What I mean by capitalize is, it doesn't mean all the words are written in capital letters. No, the first letter of every word that is not a conjunction is written in capital letter. So let's go back to the title we have here, what it means. So let's say we are using the essential puberty puberty guide for boys. Okay, this is what I mean by using capitalization correctly, right? So the first word of these letters that are not conjunctions should be all capitalized. The is capitalized, essential is capitalized, puberty is capitalized, guide is capitalized, for isn't capitalized because it's a conjunction. If it is and, it will be capitalized, then boys is capitalized. So this is how you do it. Okay, then what's the other point we have there? Avoid number 11. Avoid using the exact same name of a well-known author as a pen name. Okay, now there's nothing wrong with using pen names on Amazon. I use pen names a lot, and I advise you use pen names, but you have to make sure you avoid using the pen name of using a pen name that is the name of a well-known author. And how do you do this? Whenever you select a pen name, go to amazon.com and type in that name to see if it's the name of a popular author. So for example, let's say the pen name you picked is Mark Manson. Enter. A simple search will give you, or will prove to you, that Mark Manson is a popular author, that one of his books has over 145,000 reviews. So imagine using the name Mark Manson. So your book is either likely to get banned or to get lost and never sell a single copy. So don't just come and don't just use the name of authors to try to rank your book. Avoid it, and Amazon might even penalize you for that. So avoid using, even if the pen name you picked is Mark Manson, make sure you do your search and make sure the name that name isn't the name of any popular author. Okay, there are several names you can mix. It mustn't be the name of any popular author, just to be on the safer side. And then number 12, use adjectives the right way in your subtitle. Okay, so the way I create my title is I make sure an adjective comes first, or sometimes my keyword comes first, an adjective, description, then my target audience. So here's what I mean. Let me copy this. Now it's time to create our title. Let me copy this. Copy. Yes, so let's say this is the guide. Now let's say we want to create our title now, right? The keywords here, like I've said, are what? The word puberty and boys. These are the keywords. The two major keywords from all these keywords we have are puberty and boys. Those are the major keywords. Then books is also a keyword here, but books isn't that important. So the major keywords here are puberty and boys. So how do you can't just write the title of your book puberty boys. How does it sound? It doesn't sound well, right? So definitely you have to use some adjective and conjunctions to make your title stand out. So what do? You can use a simple adjective. You can say something like the ultimate. You can use something like the ultimate. Just a simple adjective. The ultimate puberty guide for boys. Or you can take out the day and use ultimate puberty guide for boys. Ultimate puberty guide for boys, or the ultimate puberty guide for boys. Or you can change the word ultimate to the essential puberty guide for boys. Okay, or you can change the word essential to practical puberty guide for boys. So we can say something like a practical puberty guide for boys. Okay, or practical puberty guide for boys. Let's go with the word the ultimate. Let's use the ultimate. The ultimate puberty guide for boys. So let's say this is our what title, the ultimate puberty guide for boys, right? So what will I say? So for the other words we have here, we have 8 to 12, 10 to 11. We have Christian, we have autism. So to craft our subtitle, we can write something like a step by step guide on puberty. For boys ages 10, 11, no, ages 8, 10. Now after every comma or punctuation you have to give a space. Ages 10, 11 and 12. Okay, so our title is the ultimate puberty guide for boys. The subtitle is a step-by-step guide on puberty for boys ages 8, 10, 11 and 12. Remember, our keywords is still standing firm, right? In our subtitle, our keywords here is puberty for boys, right? In our title, it's still the ultimate puberty guide for boys. So you can see how we did it, right? You see how we did it to make sure we used our keywords properly, and the title still makes sense. We didn't cannibalize the keywords, or we didn't try to stuff the keywords, right? And we didn't cannibalize the keyword by repeating what's the exact same thing that's in the title, in the subtitle. Okay, and we didn't try to stuff the keywords by using imagine I wrote something like a puberty guide for boys and boys go. Let's say, imagine I use something like a puberty guide for boys and boys for boys who are going through puberty. A puberty guide for boys who are going through puberty, who are experiencing puberty. It means I've already said the word puberty twice on one line, which is wrong. Okay, so you don't have to repeat the keywords. Just put them in a strategic place in the title and subtitle, and you are good to go. So for the title here, we'll have the ultimate puberty guide for boys. The subtitle is step-by-step guide, right, on puberty for boys ages 8, 10, 11 and 12. You're good to go. So that's how you craft a title, or that's how you craft a compelling title rather for your books. What's the other point? The last point there. Then the last point is point number 13. Go through similar books on Amazon and see what their titles look like. So you can't just conclude on your title here. You have to go through similar books on Amazon to see what their titles look like, or to see if your title the title you have come up with is the exact same title of another popular book on Amazon, which in that case you need to change your title again. So let's check what's our title. Let's copy our title, the ultimate puberty guide for boys. Okay, I think this title should be on Amazon. think I've seen something like that one time. Okay, now growing up great, the ultimate puberty book for boys. Now our title is obviously the subtitle of this book, so we can see it's good. Our title is going to be the subtitle of this book is our title, which isn't bad because our subtitle is different. Okay, celebrate your body and its changes. Okay, is this book for girls? Okay, ultimate puberty book for girls. Okay, so puberty for preteen, the ultimate twin guide for survival. And okay, so you can see that there's the ultimate puberty book for boys, subtitle the care and keeping of you for boys. Okay, now so as long as our title and subtitle isn't exactly the same with the title and subtitle of another book on Amazon already, we can go ahead to publish our book. So I'm not seeing any step-by-step guide on puberty for boys, right? I'm not seeing any book that carries our exact same title and subtitle. Okay, so we can go ahead and use this title and subtitle for our book, the ultimate puberty guide for boys. The subtitle will be a step-by-step guide on puberty for boys ages 10, 11, 11 and 12. Or if we want to narrow down our subtitle, or let's say if our book is more narrowed down, let's say the book you wrote is on puberty for boys dealing with autism, your subtitle could be something like a guide, step is very be something like a practical guide practical puberty guide for boys with autism. Okay, so you can see we have used these words, this keyword number 3 here in our subtitle. So if your book was tailored to kids with autism, or a large chunk of the book was written talking about how boys with autism go through puberty, you can use that as your subtitle. But if not, use the keywords that dominate in your subtitle. For example, have the ages is something that is ages were repeated a lot in our keywords. In number 1 we'll have 8 to 12, number 2 have 8 to 12, number 4 we'll have 10 to 11. So that's why we used age. We made sure that the ages were well represented. Okay, so that's that. Okay, you go through similar books to see if your title and subtitle is the exact same title and subtitle of another book on Amazon, and if it is, you change the title and subtitle to something different. Now it's important I make a disclaimer that the fact that you follow all these guidelines to craft your title doesn't guarantee that your book will rank on the first page. Okay, but what it will guarantee is that it will give your book a good push, right? And it will help your book better than when you just go ahead to create whatever title that you want. The reason is because for your book to rank on Amazon, there are a lot of factors put into consideration. Number 1, your book cover also determines how well your book rank on Amazon. And in the next part of this course, I'm going to be teaching you how to actually create unique and compelling book covers, or attractive book covers for your books. You know what they say don't judge a book by its cover. Well, not in this age, or not on Amazon. On Amazon, books are judged by their covers first. Okay, so thank you for sticking with me throughout this course, this class. See you in the next part of the course. In this section of the course, we are going to be looking at how to design a captivating book cover using Canva. You know the popular saying that we shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Well, that saying doesn't work on Amazon. On Amazon, books are judged by their covers. Books with more attractive covers sell better than books with dull covers. Okay, so in this section of the course, I'm going to be showing you how to design an attractive book cover using a tool called Canva. Anybody can learn how to navigate Canva. It's not difficult to navigate. Okay, so Canva has a free version and a paid version. My subscription for the paid version has expired, so for this course I'm going to be using a free version. The free version also serves, but just that when you upgrade it to the paid version, you have more tools at your disposal, and since it's not expensive, if you can afford it, I advise you go for the paid version of Canva. Okay, so what are some of the tips to follow when trying to design a book cover? One of the first tips is to make sure you avoid using copyrighted images. The same way we have words that are copyrighted, we also have images that are copyrighted, right? So there are sites where you can get free copyright images that are not copyrighted online. There are several sites you can get them. Let me jump right into my one of those sites is called pexels.com. Pexels, right? Free, you can see it says free stock for, so you can search for a lot of covers. Now our book is talking about puberty in boys, so we can search for teen boys. Now it's not only Pexels that have free images, there are several other sites. Just a simple Google search will show you several sites that have free images you can use. So that's given us several pictures of teenage boys. But here's the thing: I personally try as much as I can to avoid using pictures, because sometimes these sites might tell you that these pictures are free and they might end up not being free. So I try as much as I can to avoid using pictures that show people's faces on my book covers. It's not as if I've not used them. I've used them, but I try occasionally in places where I can do without a or a picture. I try to do it without a picture, but in this case we need to use a picture to make it more compelling. So which picture are we going to use? So let's say okay, let's type in teen gadgets. Okay, something related to teenagers. Something related to teenagers. Let's search for, let's type in puberty and see. So go nothing. Okay, let's just type in teenage boys and see. Okay, okay, I'm not seeing cover I want to use. Let's go to Google. Let me type in teen boys drawing. Teen boys image. Teen boys illustration. Yes. So sometimes instead of using images, I try to use normal vector art, right? Vector art is more of like illustration of teen boys, okay, because I want to avoid Amazon's copyright problem as best as I can. So you can, let's say, I don't think this is free. Okay, let's say it's free. I don't think it's free. Okay, let's check this out. I'm trying to get it for free, it's not working out, so I don't know. Let's see if we can get this for free. If it would download, because I don't know what's really happening. Let's see. I wonder why it's not downloading. Okay. What is required for it to download? Let's see. Okay, we have downloaded our image. So here we have our image. It should come up any moment from now. So here we have our image. Okay, so go ahead and copy the image, copy it, and then we go to Canva. Okay, we'll head over to Canva. Now Canva is just an online platform where you can, an online platform that you can use to design book covers, flyers, or whatever. Okay, so I'm going to be showing you the simple strategy I use to design captivating book covers. So you head over to Canva. All you have to do is use your email to sign up on Canva for a free account. Canva is free. You come to this search box here, you type in book covers. The template we are looking for is book covers. You enter book covers. It will give you a list of several book covers that you can use. So now you have to understand that some of them are free, some of them are paid. So like I said Canva also has a premium account. When you sign up for the premium account, Canva might be able to unlock some of those premium content for you. But I think, okay, let's pick this. This is free. This is free. So let's make the magic happen. So I'll come here. What I do, I have to delete this. I don't need this. So I have to delete this. Delete this. I don't need all that. I have to delete this. Delete this. I have a simple framework that I use for creating covers, and that's what I'm going to show you. Take this out. Take this out. Okay, let me put this. Okay, let me leave it there. So let's duplicate that. And bring it here. Yes. Let's go and pick our title. What was our title again? My book title was, okay, let's copy it. Okay, now we'll copy texts, add the heading, we'll copy this, paste. Okay, so get text box again. The ultimate, remember it should be capital letters. The text, the title in your cover or on your cover should be capital letters, while the subtitle can be small letters, right? But the title should be capital letters. Then in your subtitle you can just capitalize the words that should be capitalized and leave the ones that shouldn't be capitalized. So now I want to change the font style. So the font style normally used is it's called Baloo. I think this is it. No, Where do I check for font? Yes, it's here. The fonts that I normally use. Scored. Yes, this is it. Then increase the font size. You have to be careful so that the letters doesn't go, the letters are not, you have to be careful so that the letters are not too close to the edge of the book, the edge of the book, because Amazon is going to trim it. If the letters are too close to the edge, it will get cut off, so Amazon will reject the cover. Make sure the letters are, or the words on the cover of your book are not too close to the edges of the cover. Okay, so let's drag this a little bit. Let's drag this a little bit. A little bit. Okay, so let's drag this a little bit. Let's yes. Yes, the ultimate property guide for boys. Delete this. Then remember the image you downloaded. Let me go look for it. Let's check downloads. Let's check downloads. So here's our image. We'll copy the image. Copy the image. We go to, we'll come here, paste our image here. Yeah, okay. We'll paste our image here. Since the image you have here is on a white background, we need to change our background to white. But before that, let me change the color of this. Let's change the color of that to, let's say, this, and then change our background to white. So this is it. Then we'll change this color. We'll select colors from here, some of the colors on the shirts. Yes, white. Yes, change this to this and this. Bring it here. Let's delete that. Now we haven't added our subtitle. Okay, so we have gotten our title, The Ultimate Property Guide for Boys. So now the next thing we have to do is to insert our subtitle. Okay, so we'll go subheading, we'll go and grab our subheading, copy that, let's increase. Okay, then the name of the author, right? But before that, go to elements, then we'll search for rectangle. Let's search for rectangle. Search for rectangle. Drag this image up a bit. Drag it up a bit. Now you don't want the name of the author to be too close to the bottom of the page, because like I said, Amazon is going to trim your book cover, and if they are trimming your book cover, they normally trim the edges. So that's why if you take a careful look at it, our subtitle is not too close to the edge at the top, our titles are not too close to the edge at both sides, and the name of the author will also not be too close to the bottom, so that it won't get trimmed off. let's pick a name. To pick a name, you can just brainstorm any name. You can brainstorm any name that you want, or you can still go online, go to Google, and you type in male American let's say common American name for boys. You click enter, it gives you several names. Now we'll have several names you can pick here. We'll have Charles, we'll have George, we'll have Liam, we'll have Kenneth. So let's pick Edward. Go back to Canva. Insert texts, subheading. Edward. Let's say Edward Benjamin, Edward Robert. Let's pick Edward Robert. Edward Robert. Robert. Let's change that to white. Let's reduce the font size. Yes. Then we have to align it. Let's align it. Go to position to make sure it's in the center. Go to position. Click center, brings it to the center. Click this, is already in the center. This is already in the center. This is already in the center. Okay. Then we'll click on the image also. The position, let's put it in the center. Where is it? Position. Center. It's in the center now. Boys. Center. Puberty. Center. The ultimate. I think the ultimate is good the way it is. Let's increase this font size a bit to make it more visible. Yes, and here you have your cover. So now we have created a unique book cover for our book, the ultimate puberty guide for boys. The subtitle, a step-by-step guide on puberty for boys ages 8, 10, 11 and 12. Name of the author, Edward Robert, right? So here you go. This is how to create a simple and attractive book cover for your books. If you use this framework that I've shown you, you'll not find it difficult to create a book cover for your book, regardless of the kind of book it is. Now there's also another option or another route you can take, which if you have money, you can go to Upwork and then get graphic designers to design your book cover for you. But I'm taking it that you don't have a lot of money to spend and you want to do it yourself, right? Or you can, any graphic designer, it could be on Upwork or any other freelance website. Go there, look for graphic designers that you want, pay them, they can design a beautiful cover for you. And if you don't have money to pay them, you can use this framework I gave you and follow the steps I've used to also create your own book covers. Now in this framework, my book covers have three steps. The first step, I normally divide the title into 2 or 3 steps. The first step holds the adjective of that describes my keyword. My keyword is usually in the middle. Then the the words that actually speaks a lot about my target market is usually at the bottom. So as you can see, the ultimate puberty guide for boys, then the name of the author is usually at the bottom, then the subtitle is usually somewhere at the top here. That's it. It's a very simple framework. Then I look for an image. I normally use vector images. I look for a vector images that speaks about what I'm writing about. I insert it at the middle. That's it. Right? That's it. This is how you can create a simple, attractive book cover for your books. Okay? And if you have the money or you have the funds, you can go ahead to Upwork, Fiverr, or any other freelancing platforms and pay people to design you or to design a great cover for you. So let's go through all this. Okay, like we said in order to design a captivating book cover using Canva, avoid using copyrighted images, avoid putting too many words on your book cover. There are not too many words here on our book cover, as you can see. Make it simple and attractive. I think this is simple and attractive enough. This book cover is simple and attractive. Then I say after designing your book cover, you have to increase the image DPI to 300. The image DPI simply means increasing the quality of your image to 300. You see, remember I said you should make sure all your books have a paperback version. So if your book is going to have a paperback version, it means Amazon is going to be printing your book, and if they are going to be printing your book, your image have to have great quality. So to increase the quality of your image, you will download the image you have created on Canva. You have to download the image you have created on Canva. Yes, download. Where's download? So we'll go to download. We are not looking to download PDF. We want to download JPEG. So as you can see, our book cover has been downloaded. This is it. This is what our book cover looks like. A step-by-step guide on puberty for boys ages 8, 10, 11, and 12. The ultimate puberty guide for boys. Right now that our image is fully downloaded, you can see that the background of this puberty guide isn't well aligned to the left, right? So which is something you must make sure you must make sure that background is aligned to the left, so that white space showing there wouldn't be showing. Okay, so this is how you create a simple book cover. Then after this, you make sure you increase the DPI of the image. The DPI simply means the image quality, because your Amazon is going to be printing out your book, and for the image to have great quality, to come out well, the DPI has to be at least 300 and above. So how do you increase the DPI of your image? Here you go to your downloads, copy image, go online, then you type in increase DPI online. Yes, let's use this. It says increase it to 300, 400. No, 300 is enough, right? You click, you see where it says upload, you go to your downloads, where's our image? Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to create Okay, let me paste our image here, and we can click on our image, upload it from there. Yes, once it's uploaded, it will download automatically. So our image has been uploaded and downloaded. Now it has been, the DPI has been increased to what, to 300. Okay, so I think this video is long enough and we have said a lot, so let's all you need to create a good book cover is to follow these few steps I've shown you, and you are good to go. So see you in the next part of this class, or in the next section of this class. In this section of the course, we will look briefly at how to optimize an already written book. So let's say you have already written your book, or you have a book you have written and you want to publish it on the Amazon KDP platform, right? So how do you optimize this book? Now the first thing you have to do is to get good keywords. Get good keywords that are related to the book you have already written, right? Now it might not be easy because the book you have written might be a book in a competitive niche, right? But you have to take out time and get good keywords, because if you don't get less competitive keywords and you go ahead to publish it, the book might not sell regardless of how great it is. So take out your time. It could even take you days, but make sure you get good keywords. Remember what we said about keywords. Get between 7 to 10 keywords that are less competitive, and then use them to optimize the title and subtitle of your book. Okay, get good keywords. Number 2, use these good keywords to optimize the title and subtitle of the book. Forget the title you have written for the book already. Let's say if you have already written the book and you have already created the title and subtitle for the book, rewrite or re-optimize the title and subtitle using the keywords you have gotten. Okay, because even if you get good keywords and you don't use those keywords to optimize the title and subtitle, your books might not still sell. So try to optimize the title and subtitle using the keywords you have gotten. Forget about the title you wrote before. Okay, use the title. Optimize your title and subtitle rather using the keywords you have gotten. Okay. The third way to also optimize an already written book so that to sell a lot of copies is to create a good book cover. So let's say you already created a book cover before. Well, it's important you create a new one that is a great book cover. Like I've said countless times during this course, people judge books by their cover. Okay, so make sure you have a great book cover. If you follow these three steps, you'll be able to optimize the book you've already written, and the book will definitely or probably sell several copies. A failure to do this, and you just go ahead to upload a book like that on Amazon the way you created it without doing any research, your book might end up not selling even in 10 years. And one of the things you have to understand about the Amazon platform is, over time, as your books don't sell, it begins to go down when it gets to ranking on Amazon. So let's say you publish the book this month and it doesn't sell for like 5 months. Your book might end up on the 99th page on Amazon. Nobody would go search out your book on the 99th page when they are looking for books. People just check the first 2-3 pages and they buy a book. So the more your book doesn't sell, the more probability that it might never sell again. Let me say it again. The more time it takes your book to sell, the more it means your book might never sell any copy again. Okay, so it's important to optimize your book so that within the first few weeks of publishing it, you get 1 or 2 sales or a good number of sales, and with that, the Amazon algorithm can also begins to work its magic, and over time your book will begin to sell. Okay, so that's that. In this section of the course, we'll be looking at 7 daily mistakes to avoid on Amazon KDP or when starting out on the Amazon Kindle Direct Publishing platform. One of the first mistakes is writing books without proper research. I've told you that there are 3 steps to publishing books on Amazon. The first step is picking a niche. The second step is creating your content. And the third step is actually publishing your book, right? Don't go and create your book before carrying out your research, right? Your books might not sell. The competition on Amazon is crazy. There are millions of books on Amazon, right? And in order for you to be able to stand out, considering the fact that you're not going to start out running ads, it's important you carry out proper research to check out niches or keywords that are a little less competitive so that your book can rank and so you can make sales. Okay, so don't write a book without carrying out proper research. What I mean by research is keyword research. Number 2 mistake to avoid, not having a well optimized title and subtitle. Right, always make sure your titles and subtitle are well optimized in order for your book to rank. Use your keywords to optimize your title. Use your keywords to create your title and subtitle. Don't just choose a fancy title or subtitle because you want to show that you command a good use of grammar. No, make sure your title and subtitle are optimized using your keywords. Number 3 mistake, not having a catchy book cover. You know what they say, that don't judge a book by its cover. Well, I've told you before, on Amazon, KDP, or even in bookstores, people judge books by their cover. The more attractive the cover is, the more people buy. That's why graphic designers are still in business. Okay, so make sure you create a catchy book cover. Create a catchy book cover. Your book can have one of the best or the greatest content in the world, but if the cover is trash, nobody will buy your book, including me. If I see it, I will not buy it. So make sure you have a good or catchy book cover. Number 4 mistakes to avoid using trademarked keywords. We have talked about this. Don't use copyrighted words or trademarked keywords. Your accounts might get blocked, right? Amazon is crazy when it gets to blocking people's account. They might leave you to begin to make sales until probably when you're supposed to get paid your first royalty, you receive an email rather, that you have violated a certain policy or content guideline that you know nothing about, and your account has been blocked, and that's it. And you're not allowed to open 2 Amazon accounts, so you are entitled to 1 Amazon KDP account for life. So be careful. Avoid using trademarked and copyrighted keywords. Mistake number 5, and this is a mistake I see a lot of newbies try to make, now trying to outsmart the Amazon algorithm. Now I hope you know that when you publish your book newly for the first few days, Amazon tries to give your book a little advantage by showcasing it on the first or second page, right? They try to rank it to see if people will buy. So because of this, what a lot of people do is that once they publish the book, after 2-3 weeks, and they see that the books are not selling, they'll delete it and they republish again, so that Amazon might also try to rank it again. If you do this a couple of times, you might get your account blocked. Okay, so the best thing is to make sure your book is well optimized, using the keywords you have gotten, and then you upload it and leave it there. Okay, or you try to promote it on other platforms and stuff like that. Don't try to outsmart the Amazon algorithm. Your account will get blocked. Number 6, don't overprice your books. Right, your ebooks should be between $6.99 to $6.99 rather to $9.99. Don't overprice your ebooks. Right, also your paperback should be between $11.99 to $19.99. right, and the best way to go about this is to look at other similar books in your niche. Look at what they are charging. Then you can charge $1 less or $1 more. That's it. Okay, don't go and charge way above what books in your niche are charging. Nobody might buy it. Then the 7th mistake to avoid is not creating a paperback version of your book. I've said this time without number throughout this course that paperbacks sell 7 times more than ebooks. Okay, so not creating a paperback version of your book is a deadly mistake you should avoid. You are going to miss out on 80% of all the sales you should make. People are still very traditional when it gets to buying books. Let me say that again. People are still very traditional when it gets to buying books, in as much as we're in a digital world. There are e-books. People are carrying tablets and Kindle reader up and down. A lot of people still prefer to hold their book in their hands. Okay, so always make sure any book you create, that you can create a paperback version of it. Don't sleep on it. Create a paperback version, and you see that you probably triple your sales, right? So people buy paperback version more than ebooks. That is in my own experience, from our experience rather. So always create a paperback version of your book, and you can even go ahead to create a hardcover or hardback version too. I've not created a hardcover version before, but I can testify to the fact that people buy a lot of paperback. Then number 8, giving up too early, right? One of the things you have to understand about Amazon is that I've told you in one section of this course that you can do all the writings and your book might not still sell for a good number of reasons. One of the reasons could be that there are a lot of books in that niche and the competition is crazy. Let me say it again, that there are millions of books on Amazon, and every day people around the world in over 100 countries are sending books or publishing books on the platform. So you have to drop this entitlement mentality that your books should sell because you have done the proper research. There's a lot of competition, so don't give up easily or don't give up too early. If you publish one book, it doesn't sell. Publish more books, right? In fact, the metric I give people is to have at least 10 books on Amazon before you decide to leave the platform or not, and 10 is even low. Keep publishing books using this strategy I've shown you. Keep publishing books by doing your proper keyword research. Definitely one of your books will pick up. I know you have probably heard of the 80-20 rule, which states that there are several applications of this rule. For example, it states that 20% of people in society make 80% of the money, while 80% of the people make 20% of the money, right? 20% of the men in society get 80% of the ladies, while the remaining 80% of the guys get 20% of the ladies, right? So what this means is that the rich 20% of guys in any society are going to get 80% of all the ladies, or the 80% of the ladies will be attracted to them, while the remaining 80% who are poor will have to share the 20% of the ladies among them. So what it means is that if you create 10 books on Amazon, definitely 2 out of the 10 might end up giving the total sales that the remaining 8 of the books might give you. So what it means is that out of every 10 books, you might get 2 winning books. Are you getting it now? So that's why you shouldn't give up easily. Imagine creating 5 books and none sells. You have missed out on creating your 2 great books that might sell. Okay, so out of every 10 books, you might get 1 or 2 that sells greatly, and it's good. Okay, and one of those books can actually change your life or change your financial life in terms of the passive income it will offer you. Okay, so make sure you adhere to this what I've said and avoid these deadly mistakes if you want to actually be successful on the Amazon Kindle Direct publishing platform. So in this section of the course, we'll be looking at how to upload your book on Amazon or on the Amazon Kindle Direct publishing platform. Okay, so I'm supposed to probably walk you through how to actually upload a book on Amazon using my own account, but I wouldn't be able to do that presently. But subsequently, I might upload another section of the course where I'll update this section of the course here. I'll actually do a walkthrough. But now let me just give you a few tips. When you're uploading your book on Amazon, one of the first things to do is to make sure you pick the right category. Right? Amazon can penalize you for putting your books in the wrong category, because let's say you see a category with less competition and your book is not a book meant for that category, and you go ahead to place it under that category. Amazon can penalize you for that. So make sure you pick the right category. Okay, you want to know the category for your books? Just a simple Google search online on the categories you place your books on Amazon. KDP will show you the various categories you can place your book. Or you can just go through the categories and see the various sections or subsections it has, and you see where to place your book. The second thing you have to do is to make sure you write a good book description for your book. Now, while uploading your book, there will be a place where you'll be asked to write a description for your book. It's important you write a good description, because one of the things that sells your book is also a description. People look at the cover, then they read the book description. Okay, then they decide whether to buy or not. And there are several ways to actually go about writing a book description. One of the first ways is to spy on similar books. So all you have to do is look at similar books on Amazon, books that are similar to yours on Amazon, copy out their descriptions and try to paraphrase it or re-edit it and use it as your own. Or you can use Chatgpt to create a book description. All you can do is go to Chatgpt, and we can say something like write a book description for a book on poverty for boys. Book on poverty in boys, without using numbers or bullet points. Yes. Okay, so we have gotten our book description using ChatGPT. All you need is just to do a little edit and then you are good to go. Okay, so remember I said there are two methods of what writing a book description. Is either you spy on similar books, go through similar books on Amazon, copy their book description, try to edit it to your taste, or you go to ChatGPT and ask it to write you a good book description by inserting your book title, and you're good to go. Okay, make sure you have a good description. Then the third thing you have to make sure you do is to fill in your 7 backend keywords according to ranking. Remember we said when creating your title and subtitle, you should put in your best you should use your best keywords for your title and subtitle. So like I said, remember we said when creating your title and subtitle, you should use your best keywords for your title and subtitle. Remember I told you that when you are writing down your keywords, you should rank them according to how less competitive they are and how great the keywords are in terms of the number of sales they are making, right? So all you have to do is the keywords that you haven't used for your title and subtitle, go to your 7. You see a place where you'll be asked to fill in your 7 backend keywords on Amazon. Make sure you put those keywords there. One of the mistakes I see a lot of people make is not to actually fill in those 7 backend keywords, right? They feel it's not important or whatever, but it's very important to always fill in your 7 backend keywords, right? It's always important. Don't leave it empty. Fill it in. Your book might end up ranking for any of those keywords at the back. Okay, and you don't know the number of sales each keyword might be able to give you. So I've written books that have ranked in 5-6 categories before, and all these various categories, as people are searching for it online or search using these various keywords. That's why sometimes in the day your book will get 5, 6, 10, 15 sales. You don't know the keywords that are giving you this sale, so you don't want to gamble on it. Rather, make sure you fill in all those keywords. Okay, now let me walk you. There's a simple search on Google on how to upload your book on Amazon, or a simple search on YouTube will show you a walkthrough how to do this. But let's do a simple search on Google. Let me show you a few things. Remember I said subsequently I'll upload a video where I'll show you a walkthrough of my account and how I'm uploading a book on Amazon. Okay, so first things first, when you open the Amazon, when you create you have to create an Amazon account first. Yes, after creating an account, in order to create a book, you see Amazon will ask you, what would you like to create? They'll ask you, do you want to create a Kindle ebook, a paperback, or a hardcover, right? So the first thing you want to create is a Kindle book. When you click on create a Kindle book, you'll be shown a page like this where you'll be asked to select language, you'll be asked to input the book title, you'll be asked to put in your subtitle, right? So remember the title we created, you put in the title here. They will say you should put it in by using the proper capitalization and all that. Put in the subtitle also. Then there'll be a place where you'll be asked to add a series number. If the book is part of a series, you'll be asked to add it to a series. You can, and if it's not part of a series, you can forget about that, right? Then there'll be a place where they'll ask you to add the author name, right? Add the author name. So whatever name you have chosen for the book, it mustn't necessarily be your name. It can be the pen name you have chosen. All you have to do is just write your name there, right? Then there will be a section where they'll ask you to also put your book description. So you can just go straight ahead to the book description you have written using ChatGPT, or the ones you have written by copying or spying on your competitors and paste it here. Okay. Then there will be a place where they'll ask you to fill in your 7 backend keywords. Okay, this is where then you have to fill the backend keywords there. So like I said, there will be a place where you'll be asked to enter the author name. That's where you add your name or your pen name. Then there'll be a place like this where they'll ask you to enter the relevant keywords. This is where you input your 7 keywords you have gotten. This is the backend keyword I was talking about. It's 7. You put in all of them. Then there'll be a place where they'll ask you to choose a category for your book. Right here, you'll be asked to choose at least 2 categories for your book. Make sure you choose. Don't just choose one. Maximize the 2 spots they give you. Choose 2 categories for your book. You have the opportunity to choose a category and subcategories. Okay, so make sure you use that well also. Then there'll be a place where they'll ask you to select a book publishing date. Just leave it to default so that when your book goes live, immediately it is published. Okay. What else? Then in the next section, there'll be a place where they'll ask you to upload your book files for either ebook or paperback. So you go ahead to upload your book files. After uploading your book files, you'll be asked to probably review it to check for errors. Okay, then you review it and check for errors, and after that, the next thing should be pricing. You'll be asked to put the amount you want to sell your book. You put it. Then there'll also be a box here. You'll be asked if you want to enroll your book in KDP Select. KDP Select is just like a platform whereby people pay based on subscription to read books on Amazon. So Amazon is going to be paying you based on the number of pages of your book read in a month. So you can enroll your book for KDP Select. Also add your pricing and you are good to go. There'll also be a place where you'll be asked whether you want your book to be protected by digital rights management. If you don't want your book to be stolen by all these platforms online going around taking people's books and putting it on free online platforms, you can use the digital rights management to protect your book. Okay, and if you don't mind your book being shared free, you can leave that. Okay, so that's how to create the Kindle version of your book. So when it gets to creating the paperback version, it's still the same format. You go through the same steps, just that the only difference here is that there'll be where you'll be asked to. Okay, what I didn't say earlier was that while creating your Kindle book, there'll be a place where you'll be asked to upload your book cover. Okay, so you have to upload that. But the difference is that when creating a paperback version, there'll be a place where you'll be asked to upload your book cover. Right now, if you didn't outsource the creation of your book cover, probably it means you don't have a book cover that has both back and front, right? So what you have to do is you can use Amazon to create a paperback book cover. So what you have to do, you use the Amazon tool there to create your book cover. All you have to do, you upload your book cover. Make sure you don't add anything to the back. Right, don't add your description to the back of the book cover. It's not important, right? Don't add your book description to the back of the book cover. You can leave the book cover blank. Upload only the front page, and then Amazon will give you an option after uploading it, and it will load. And Amazon will give you an option to review the book cover to see if it worked well. Okay, and that's that. There'll also be a section where you'll be asked to add. On the first, asked to add your ISBN number. Okay, what I do is I just use Amazon to create an ISBN number. So if you don't have an ISBN number, you don't need to bother yourself about it. All you have to do is there'll be an option there to allow Amazon to create an ISBN number or to generate an ISBN number for you. So utilize that option and allow Amazon to do that for you. Okay, so some of the steps here are self-explanatory, and for the moment, if you are still confused, there are several videos you can go through on YouTube that will show you a walkthrough of people actually uploading these books on Amazon. Right, remember I said due to some issues at the moment, I can't show you a live demonstration, but over time I'll update this course here. I'll show you a live demonstration, but I think this knowledge will also go a long way. Thank you for staying with me throughout this course. Throughout the course of this class, we have looked at a lot of things. We have looked at how to pick a niche, how to carry out proper research, or rather keyword research for your books, how to write your book using Chatgpt, how to edit your book using Quillbot, how to check for plagiarism, how to edit your book by yourself, how to format your book for Kindle and paperback, how to optimize your book title and subtitle for more sales. We also looked at how to create attractive book covers using Canva and a lot of things. Okay, so but one of the things I want to make you understand, I want you to understand, is that information without action is usually not power, right? So if you want all this information you have come across to be useful to you, it's very important that you begin to put all you have learned into practice. And how do you put it into practice? Log into the Amazon KDP platform, open an account, do your research, and begin to publish books there. And I promise you, over time you're going to see results beyond your wildest imagination. So thank you very much for staying with me throughout this course. I wish you good luck and Godspeed.